I believe Kelvin McCann's driving. I'll try and get that confirmed for you. So National Drivers' Championship, ladies and gentlemen, for hydroplanes. As with all of the National Drivers' Championship, will be all across Channel 7 Plus and Channel 7 Mate. Keep your eye on your local guides. Channel 7 Plus is great. You just go into the search feature, put in boat racing. The offshores come up, the forced induction boats, 6 litres, which are about to come through from the Mildura round. Sean Henshawood, he's kept himself busy and clearly making a lot of money, so that's great news. From 321 Ignition, who puts the show together, Mateus Stanisic, who's working hard with Sean as well, and we also have a whole bunch of other people that get involved, fitting cameras to boats and doing all the hard work behind the scenes that makes a show like National Drivers' Championship happen on free-to-air television. How good is that? You are on GP Hydro live streaming at the moment. We're at Lake Glenmaggie for the inaugural round of the National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oils. Big shout out to the team at Lucas Oils, particularly Rolf, who I hope is watching over there in NZ, bro. Cheers, cuz. We'd like to see you here, son. But big shout out, Lucas Oils, fantastic supporter of anything with a propeller, actually anything with an engine. These beautiful products, keeping all these engines going. I think nearly every boat in the pits today is running the beautiful Lucas Oils product. So down in the bottom turn, this is Kelvin McCanch in the Gator. Bottom turn for Evans Petroleum. Up into the Harvey Norman front straight away. National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oils. McCanch stands on the gas. The boat's a little bit coffee. Sounds like it's hard on the limit. Oh, he really stands it up there. Pulls the starboard sponson right up into the air. McCanch running the wide line, trying to maintain momentum. It sounds like it's banging the limiter to me, which is the problem that they've been trying to alleviate with different propellers in this boat. But at the moment, I would suggest that this propeller probably not working how he really wants it to, because it is popping, and I think that is a limiter issue. Back shoot now, Kelvin McCanch now brings the Gator in hard on the pins for Lucas Oils and the National Drivers' Championship. McCanch now brings it through. And brings it through hard. Not like the slam touch, but Lucas Oils will get a time. 42.41 is the benchmark for the Gator. Just a little bit quicker than the 1.6s. So 42.41 for the Gator. And that is our benchmark. Next boat onto the course for Lucas Oils. The Enforcer, Tony Murphy. No, this looks like Stampede going out actually. So it is Stampede that's gone out onto the course. So I've got Enforcer on my list, but we'll call it as we see it here for Lucas Oils and the National Drivers' Championship for 2025. The inaugural round. Put your hands together for Kelvin McCanch, ladies and gentlemen. Sets the benchmark in the hot laps for the 6-litre hydroplanes. Paul Jones now out of Mansfield in Victoria. The Lake Eildon boy. This is a very quick little boat, well sorted. Of course, the Jones boys, their father Stan Jones, hence the name of the boat, Stampede. His boats were Stampede. And Jones gets on it hard as he goes down the Harvey Norman front straight away. away, up into the P&D Cranes top turn, and he shine walks that boat up into the top turn for P&D Cranes. Up through the P&D Cranes at top turn. Now Jones gets back on it again as he enters the Rival Marine back straight away. He had a wild ride coming up into turn one. Down now into the Evans Petroleum final turn. Jones is stabbing at the throttle. It's quite bumpy through here for Lucas Oils. Paul Jones in the Stampede lays down the time in the National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oils. 42.73 unofficial at the moment. So about just over 0.3 of a second off the Gator. So the Gator sits atop of the table at the moment. So 42.41 for the Gator, 42.73 for Stampede. I reckon Stampede, the team will be pretty happy with that, although Paul did have to back out as he came down the Harvey Norman front straight away. He copped some big wash there. And the boat really lifted that starboard sponson up. Tony Murphy now running the zoomy pipes in this boat. It sounds like a Grand Prix Hydro, this thing. Local from down the Gippsland area. This boat, the Enforcer, as Jonesy brings Stampede back into the pits. What I have noticed is that all these boys are picking up their own wash as they come down the front straight, and also the boats going back into the pits are throwing a little bit of wash across the course. So on the entrance to the P&D Cranes top corner on this Harvey Norman front straightaway, they're picking up these rollers and they're really dancing the boats up and bouncing them off their sponsons. And we've seen both the Gator and the Stampede both stand up and really pull that starboard sponson right up into the air, which is a little bit disconcerting from the driver's seat. So for the 2025 Lucas Oils National Drivers' Championship, the Enforcer hits the circuit for his one chance to lay down fast time. Tony Murphy stands on the gas and he is hard at it. This boat, as I said, sounds like a GP Hydro with those zoomy pipes. Up into the top turn, I'd give you the tip. This thing looks speedy straight off the bat. Tony Murphy's always been a hard charger. I'll give you one thing, he's not scared of it at all. Tony's a pilot by profession, and he's piloting this hydroplane like a jumbo at the moment down the back straightaway. For Rival Marine, down into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn, he runs a nice tight line, tips it in good and hard. Plenty of G-forces here for Lucas Oils into the Harvey Norman final straightaway. Stop with the slab shut. And Tony Murphy goes to the top of the table with a 41.54. 41.54. That puts him at the top of the table. Back to Gator at a 42.41 and Stampede at a 42.73. Tony Murphy goes to the top of the table in the 5 and 6 litre Hydroplane National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oils. And that is a storming run there for Murphy. We saw a very conservative warm-up for him this morning, but he is absolutely clear about what he's here for this weekend, and he wants to put his name on the inaugural Lucas Oils National Drivers' Championship trophy for 2025. All right, next race on the program, ladies and gentlemen, will be our 95 mile an hour Victorian Championship. James Kennedy in Infinity, Mark Schultz in the Artist, and Stevie Rumble in the Car Cat. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the fastest man on the circuit this afternoon, Tony Murphy in the Enforcer, as he goes to the top of the table and will pull pole position for the first heat of the Lucas Oil's National Drivers' Championship. We will take a short break and we will be back with our 95 mile an hour category in just a moment. Just firing up and Rush Hour heading out onto the course. So Rush Hour running to the 85 mile an hour category. No, sorry, the 105 and Crusader. Love the name of the boat, the Crusader. Dan Cruisick, one of the most experienced campaigners on the circuit, an older boat. Also got Always Pumping heading out onto the course now as well. Dennis Pasala, the cheeky chap himself, the twin turbocharged blown, call it a blown displacement, forced induction displacement we should say. So cruising now, he'll be doing what all the others have done and just checking the Motec dashboard on that boat. I assume he's got a Motec, might not have, I'll just make stuff up as I go along, but it'll certainly be getting the information to the dash on that boat. And Rush Hour boat running in the 105 category, Shane Archibald. It's an 18-foot V-bottom Stevens hull, formerly of Ski Race World. May that world rest in peace. Cruising now, bringing the Crusader back in the GP21. Dan, of course, the local here gives a little wave, so it looks like he might be fairly happy with what he's seeing. Don't need to be doing anything silly this morning. Hatch comes up. Crusader back into the pits. Always Pumping out on the course now. Dennis Pasala's really been getting a handle on this boat. He's had the boat for a few seasons now. The boat's a twin turbo. Comes out of the Duggan Balancing stable and the Pasala stable. His brother, of course, Rob Pasala, one of the greats of this particular category and powerboat racing in general. And one of the driving forces also behind the National Drivers' Championship, which has started off with this unlimited forced induction displacement category, but now has flowed through into hydroplanes, 6 litres, bracket class, and right through into juniors now, which was sponsored by JD Land Series at Mildura only a couple of weeks ago. Land Transport. Pasala now leads on that boat. There one. I don't think anyone will mind me saying that that boat has been a very ill handling machine of the past. Well, that is all in the past. That boat, they have worked hard on it. It's an absolute credit to this team that they've got it so settled and going so quickly. And Dennis is driving it so well now. He fires it down the back straight. Have a look, the boat looks beautifully settled, even across some of that sloppy water. They've really got a handle on this boat. It's interesting because his brother Rob Pasala, who ran this boat prior to him, didn't really like the boat. Didn't really think he was going to be able to get it to handle, but Dennis has certainly been able to get the boat settled. A real credit to this crew to get this boat right. And I'm sure Rob Basala's had a little bit to do with that as well, although they're typical brothers, they like to butt heads occasionally. Engine-wise, the thing just sounds absolutely beautiful. It's obviously the twin turbos act as mufflers, so nowhere near the noise comes out of these things as what comes out of the blown displacement engines. But you can see by the pace of the boat, it is fast. Rush hour now, Shane Archibald brings that little Stevens back in off the course. Glenmaggie member, as you can see by the number on the side of the boat, the GM11. Couple of bumps on the course just left by the rush hour boat there. Sailor just gets jolted around there. One of his fillings fell out, I think. Okay, another boat just heading out onto the course. Basala's got a caution flag out on the course now. Yeah, looking like a red flag now. So I'm not sure what the issue on the course is. As Brett Ramsey won't have seen a red yet as he's facing the wrong direction, unfortunately for him. But not sure if his crew's on the radio to him. Hopefully they are, but if they are, they could let Brett know that there's a red flag on the course. Okay, and I can see the issue now. Just listening to the officials here, we've got a member of the public on a jet ski a little too close to the course at the moment. He's not on the course proper, but he's definitely a little too close for comfort, so they're just going to move him on and then we'll go green again. Back into the pits and we'll get the next lot of practice laps going for you, so we'll just wait and see what the next couple of boats are that we're going to be sending out, but obviously we need to get the Wasps towed back in. Dandy Drags, unbelievable run of bad luck they've had. He's had real trouble keeping propellers on this boat. They've changed suppliers and they're hoping for a lot more luck and a lot more consistency out of this boat. A boat that's won, I think, 7 Griffith Cups. Grant himself's won 9. I'm sure I'll get corrected on that by someone on the live stream, but anyway, it's multiple. This boat has been the #1 Grand Prix hydroplane in Australia for many, many years. If you guys want to try and take the title off him. So Harrison will just be collecting data at the moment. Blown alcohol 510 cubic inch supercharged, a big block Chevrolet in this boat. These boys have been experimenting with turbochargers as well. So it'll be interesting to see when they get their heads around the turbocharger, but their biggest problem lately has been propellers. So here's hoping that Grant and the GP1 team have no propeller issues here this weekend. And we hope for their sake to have a fast weekend. I tell you what, Johnny, we're excited because Schultze's back. The artist, great to have him back out on the water. Doyon member of the Victorian Speedboat Club. Unfortunately, Mark got run over about a year and a half ago at Berry in South Australia and got pretty badly injured actually. So it's great to have him back. I know he's run up in Mildura 2 weeks ago. And it's fantastic to have him back out on the water. This is the 95 mile an hour category. As they make their way down the Addicted Marine back straightaway. Righto, white flag flying high as we come down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn into the Harvey Norman front straightaway. Infinity James Kennedy on the outside. We've got on the inside Mark Schultze, artist, and Stevie Rumble, the cunt cat himself. Stevie Rumble been developing this boat now for about 12 months. He had a new engine built which had a little bit of a problem, so they've had to redo that, and it's back in the boat now and hopefully going well. It's the first time I've seen it back on the water since that. Up through the P&D Cranes top turn now into the Addicted Marine back straight away where the Barn Dog start boat will let them go. Big thank you to Barney Patterson, Race Marine Velocity Boats and Mercury Racing for the start boat. And goes a call, flag drops, the artist is away. Have a look at Mark Schultz gets a jump on Stevie Rumble. James Kennedy doing a nice job down the back. He's not going to have the pace to go with these guys. Rumble now pulls up alongside as they come down in. Oh, Rumble has a big fly. That was a little bit loose in the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. For Harvey Norman down the front straight away. Mark, the artist Schultz, and Stevie, the cunt cat Rumble, go gunnel to gunnel up the front straight away for Harvey Norman. Up into the P&D Cranes top turn. James Kennedy doing a beautiful job in the outboard boat, the V8 Mercury QC4V. 300R on the back of that V6 Velocity hull. Back shoot now for Addicted Marine and getting it done beautifully. Mark Schultz just using that inside run to his advantage. Have a look at the boat speed that Rumble can carry into the corners there. But Rumble not able to capitalise there on that momentum that he's carrying in. But now he pokes his nose into the lead. Schultz now needs to try and use this inside line to his advantage. So Mark Schultz now under the pressure as Steve Rumble pokes his nose into the lead. Kennedy still doing a beautiful job in third place there. This boat a little bit under pace, but he's doing a great job out there. Good to see a few of these ski racing boys out there using their equipment. Back straight away now. And Rumble now with about 2 boat lengths over Schultz. Into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn now. Front straight away for Harvey Norman. It's the Cut Cat picks up the yellow flag and sets off on his final lap. Schultz trying to get the job done on the inside, but it's going to be tough work for him now. Rumble needs to make it as tight as he possibly can now for him. Up through the top turn now for P&D Cranes. Back straight away. The final straight now for Addicted Marine. Front straight away for Harvey Norman is the Infinity Machine. Have a look at Schultz coming back at him now. It's real cat and mouse stuff. Down in the bottom turn for Evans Petroleum for the final time. Rumble on the outside, Schultz on the inside. Rumble looks like he's going to just get there. Schultz puts the power down, but Stevie Rumble and the Cut Cat takes the win over Mark Schultz in the Artist. Fantastic gunnel-to-gunnel racing between these two. Just looking down in front of me here, I got Rolf Stanisic getting all the beautiful shots. Gee, you got a long lens there, Rolfie. Got a bit of envy, to be honest. Here comes Matty Kennedy. Now, good job in the Infinity. That boat probably not the top end speed of the other two, but he's driven it beautifully. Boat never looked untidy, not for 1 second. He's done a great job. All the talk photography, if you want to see these photos, get on board. My man, Rolfie Stanisic. But too many Rolfs in powerboat racing. Now we've also got Rolf from New Zealand, our Lucas Oils connection. And that is the 95 mile an hour category run and done. That was a round of the Victorian Championship. The next one's going to be big, folks. Get your backsides trackside because the big boys are coming out to play. The Superchargers are heading out onto Lake Glenmaggie. Put your hands together. Great drive from both of these guys. Stevie Rumble in the Cut Cat, the winner, and Mark Schultz, the Artist, into second place. Great job from both these men. Next race on the card, folks. Don't go anywhere because it is unlimited displacement. The Allen Hall Memorial. Heat number 1. Boats we're looking for. The local. Johnny Backer in the rival. Hayden Chesser in the Fury. The Ravage with Brett Ramsey. Dennis Pasala in the Always Pumping. And Darren Robinson in the Wild Child. A better heat of unlimited displacements you will not see. And this is going to be awesome. You're excited, aren't you, Meadsy? He's going to get his spot on the bank for this one. This race will be brought to you by T&D Jet Ski Performance. Travis Jackson, he does repairs, servicing, maintenance and performance upgrades for all makes and models. He's at Unit 6, number 29, Barry Street in Bayswater. You can give him a call, 0419 009 036. T&D Jet Ski Performance. Big thanks to those guys for their support of this race. flag, drops the artisters away. Have a look at Mark Schultz gets a jump on Stevie Rumble. James Kennedy doing a nice job down the back. He's not going to have the pace to go with these guys. Rumble now pulls up alongside as they come down in. Oh, Rumble has a big fly. That was a little bit loose in the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. For Harvey Norman down the front straight away. Mark, the artist Schultz, and Stevie, the cat Rumble, go gunnel to gunnel up the front straight away for Harvey Norman. Up into the P&D Cranes top turn. James Kennedy doing a beautiful job in the outboard, both the V8 Mercury QC4V 300R on the back of that V6 Velocity hull. Back shoot now for Addicted Marine, and getting it done beautifully. Mark Schultz using that inside run to Van Dammel to the boat speed. The Rumble can carry into the corners there. The Rumble not able to capitalise there on that momentum that he's carrying in, but now he pokes his nose into the lead. Schultz now needs to try and use this inside line to his advantage. So Mark Schultz now under the pressure as Steve Rumble pokes his nose into the lead. Kennedy still doing a beautiful job in third place there. This boat a little bit under pace, but he's doing a great job out there. Good to see a few of these ski racing boys out there using their equipment. Back straight away now. And Rumble now with about 2 boat lengths over Schultz. Into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn now. Front straight away for Harvey Norman. It's the cat picks up the yellow flag and sets off on his final lap. Schultz trying to get the job done on the inside, but it's going to be tough work for him now. Rumble needs to make it as tight as he possibly can now for him. Up through the top turn now for P&D Cranes. Back straight away. The final straight now for Addicted Marine. Front straight away for Harvey Norman is the Infinity Machine. Have a look at Schultz coming back at him now. It's real cat and mouse stuff. Down in the bottom turn for Evans Petroleum for the final time. Rumble on the outside, Schultz on the inside. Rumble looks like he's going to just get there. Schultz puts the power down, but Stevie Rumble and the cat takes the win over Mark Schultz in the artist. Fantastic gunnel-to-gunnel racing between these two. Just looking down in front of me here, I got Rolf Stanisic getting all the beautiful shots here. You've got a long lens there, Rolfie. Got a bit of envy, to be honest. Here comes Matty Kennedy. Now, good job in the Infinity. That boat probably not the top end speed of the other two, but he's driven it beautifully. All right, Matt tells me they're good. So Matt said right on board. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, unlimited display from the Alan Hall Memorial. Folks, we have Darren Robinson, in the Wild Dog, Dennis the Cheeky Chap for Sala, in the Always Pumping. We've got Johnny Backer, the local hero, in the Rival Machine, the Big Banger. Brett Ramsey in the Rabbit. And Hayden Jetta out of New South Wales in the Fury. This is going to be wild, ladies and gentlemen. As boats hit the water. You excited, Johnny? You excited? Yes. He's that excited he didn't know I was talking to him. I've got major sponsor up here with me, Stewie Evans. We're going to talk to you after this one, mate, because no one will hear you while this is going on. Just enjoy these unlimited boats here on beautiful Lake Glenmaggie. Down the Coongulla, back straight away for Addicted Marine. Down into the Evans Petroleum, turn number 1. We'll pick the boats up. Hayden Chesser, great to have him here out of Sydney, New South Wales. A big 21-foot Evercraft. Johnny Backer in the rival hull. We've got the Child's Play of a Wild Child. The Ramsey hull of Brett Ramsey. And the Everingham of the always fun. Tell you what, I want to get a bit of a move on these guys. This is a debacle. I hope they take them a long way up. Oh, a little bit slow on the uptake. Here we go, unlimited displacement, the Alan Hoare for 2025, heat number 1. Chesser is in good position. Ramsey will pull up alongside him. I tell you what, this is messy. Basala's way back, and Darren Robinson, I don't know what he's doing all the way back there. He needs to get on it. And he doesn't want to get pinged for charging the start either. Oh, it's a messy start, but he's let him go anyway. They're away. Backer gets a good run down into turn number 1. Chesser has a good run as he dives hard down into the pin on turn number 1, and it's Chesser who comes into the Evans Petroleum, turn number 1 in P1. Now onto the Harvey Norman front straight away. Up the front straight. Back down to the little left they go. Up into the P&D train for the first time. Way too far back at the start. Chesser doing a beautiful job at using that inside line to his advantage, and he tries to get the power down, backer down the outside. Rabbit is doing a beautiful job in third place at the moment. Oh, Chesser has a wild ride, puts it right up on its gunnel. Down into the Evans Petroleum for the second time now. Chesser just pokes his nose back into the lead, but Backer's pushing him hard. Oh, Backer now, wild ride as well. Backer and Chesser absolutely going at it here at the moment as they go up into the P&D crane's top turn. Basala's out the back door, don't know what's going on there, and Robinson looks like he's got trouble, he can't get the power down. And it is Backer, just with his nose in front of Chesser. Chesser has another big chide walk. Chesser's struggling a little bit to get the power down this time around as they go down into the Evans Petroleum, turn number 1. Yellow flag comes out as they go into the Harvey Norman front straight away. It's Backer, just over Chesser now. Chesser's trying to make up the ground here. Rabbit's doing a beautiful job for the little twin turbo, little turbo Toyota. Up into third place at the moment. Up through the top turn, and Chesser's struggling now. Backer on his home track, showing the dominance. Always pumping going through, drama there, and so too is Robinson. Fast, but he's struggling. Down to the Evans Petroleum turn for the final time, and it's going to be Johnny Backer, the local hero, comes through and takes the win in the Eleanor for 2025 heat number 1. Chesser into second place. Down to the bottom turn, this is a great run by the little turbocharged 2ZJ Toyota. Ramsey comes off the pace, he comes through, picks up third place. A good run there from Ramsey as well. There's a battle going on here between Basala and Robinson. Down through the Evans Petroleum for the final time onto the Harvey Norman front straight away. Basala gets the power down and comes in just over the top of Robinson. Great. Oh, and Robinson pops a blower belt as he goes across the line. And Stewie, that sounded like about 25 grand to me. So what a great race between these two. Absolute hard charges. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Johnny Backer, the local hero, taking the win, but Hayden Chesser throwing everything at him the whole way. Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny Backer takes the win in heat number 1 of the Eleanor Memorial. Well done, boys. Great racing here, and Rival takes the win. How's that, Emmy? Is that good? She's pretty happy with that. Well done. Johnny Backer takes the win on his home track and shows dominance here at the Glenmaggie Cup 2025. Can he go on to complete the weekend in that sort of fashion? They look dangerous. Got major sponsor with me here this afternoon. I think it's afternoon, Stewie. I don't know. I've been going all morning. I've got no idea what time of day it is. There you go. It's 12:53. It's been afternoon for an hour. Stewie Evans Petroleum, mate. Thanks so much for coming on board.
No, pleasure. No, I always have a soft spot for boats, so no, great to be a bit involved in it.
Soft spot for boats, mate. I've been ski racing with you for 30 years, and you've had one of the fastest 6-litre boats in ski racing that I can think of, mate. A little bit disappointing you're not able to use it at the moment, but you've had a great time in ski racing.
No, it's been fantastic. Make a lot of friends, probably similar to this sort of sport. Just a lot of people you meet and compete against, and when you're off the water, it's great stuff. Yeah.
It is good stuff, mate. Now, you're a Leongatha boy yourself. I think you're from Leongatha. I know your business is there, but mate, thanks for coming on board. Tell the folks what you guys do. I see your trucks everywhere.
Yeah, we're BP Castrol distributors. We got service stations throughout Gippsland and deliver around farms, commercial accounts, and all that sort of stuff.
Fantastic, mate. It's great to have you on board. You're a really good business. I see your trucks are all turned out beautifully too.
Oh, we'll try to keep them clean.
Yeah, I love trucks, Stu, so you know that. You'll let me drive one of them one day. Maybe not one with petrol in it though.
I know, we could arrange that.
Thanks, mate. Hey, mate, enjoy the weekend. I know you're not a microphone type of guy, but we really do appreciate your support this weekend, and hopefully we can do it justice, mate.
All right, no, pleasure. No worries at all. Hope the weather stays fine and mild. Yep.
Mate, have a good time. Enjoy the race. What do you think of that last race?
Pretty hot, yeah.
Good on you, mate. Thanks, Stu. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, brother.
Thank you. Yep.
1 foot, Evercraft. Johnny Backer in the rival hull. We've got the child's play of a wild child. The Ramsey hull of Brett Ramsey. And the Everingham of the always pumping. Tell you what, I want to get a bit of a move on these guys. This is a debacle. I hope they take them a long way up. Oh, a little bit slow on the uptake. Here we go, unlimited displacement, the Allen Hall for 2025, heat number 1. Chesser is in good position. Ramsey will pull up alongside him. I tell him what, this is messy. Basala's way back, and Darren Robinson, I don't know what he's doing all the way back there. He needs to get on it. And he doesn't want to get pinged for charging the start either. Oh, it's a messy start, but he's let him go anyway. They're away. Backer gets a good run down into turn number 1. Chesser has a good run as he dives hard down into the pin on turn number 1, and it's Chesser who comes into the Evans Petroleum, turn number 1 in P1, now onto the Harvey Norman front straight away. Up the front straight, Chesser. inside line to his advantage, and he tries to get the power down, back and down the outside. Rabbit is doing a beautiful job in third place at the moment. Oh, Jessa has a wild ride, puts it right up on its gunnel. Down into the Evans Petroleum for the second time now. Jessa just pokes his nose back into the lead, but Backer's pushing him hard. Oh, Backer now, wild ride as well. Backer and Jessa are absolutely going at it here at the moment as they go up into the P&D Crane's top turn. Vasala's out the back door, don't know what's going on there, and Robinson looks like he's got trouble, he can't get the power down. Back's on the way now, and it is Backer, just with his nose in front of Chessa. Chessa has another big chide walk. Chessa's struggling a little bit to get the power down this time around as they go down into the Evans Petroleum turn number 1. Yellow flag comes out as they go into the Harvey Norman front straight away. It's Backer, just over Chessa now. Johnny Backer, Eleanor goes to the lead. Chessa's trying to make up the ground here. Rabbit's doing a beautiful job for the little turbo Toyota. Up into third place at the moment. Up through the top turn, and Chessa's struggling now. Backer on his home track, showing the dominance. Always pumping going through, drama there, and so too is Robinson. Can't get the power down, he's fast, but he's struggling. Down to the Evans Petroleum turn for the final time, and it's going to be Johnny Backer, the local hero, comes through and takes the win in the Eleanor for 2025 heat number 1. Chessa into second place. Down to the bottom turn, this is a great run by the little turbocharged 2ZJ Toyota. Ramsey comes off the pace as he comes through, picks up third place. A good run there from Ramsey as well. There's a battle going on here between Vasala and Robinson. Down through the Evans Petroleum for the final time onto the Harvey Norman front straight away. Vasala gets the power down and comes in just over the top of Robinson. Great, oh, and Robinson pops a blower belt as he goes across the line. And Stewie, that sounded like about 25 grand to me.
Points today, he's taking the chocolates, and he is the round winner here at the Mildura Sunraiser Cup, and he's a very, very excited man. I can't wait to have on give an interview with him, because that's a good victory for Blake Ramsey in Destiny.
Yeah, that's a great outcome. Great outcome. And how good was that challenge between the two of them on a number of occasions there, Paul? That could have easily have finessing.
Game winner today in the Battery World National Drivers' Championship for first induction. Excellent victory indeed, well deserved. Into second place, give it up for Blake Ramsey in late on. And in third position, it is Mikey Johnson when he opens up his lid. Give him a big round of applause as well. They battled hard all weekend. They broke a propeller yesterday, unfortunately, in an incident on the ramp using their second propeller, which isn't their preferred, but he's made the final and come into third position. So give Mikey Johnson a big round of applause as well.
Well, there's Johnson's canopy open, but take nothing away from Tate now, ladies and gents, as they travel through. And give them all you've got. They've put on a spectacular show for you this weekend. And believe it or not, they're coming back tomorrow. Coming back tomorrow to crack again. That's incredible.
Yeah, and tomorrow we can mix it up a little bit. We can put some 6 litres in, and we can put some outboards in with the blowing boats as well.
Stir it up and see what happens.
Oh yeah, and of course we have seen some 6 litres and outboards win some of the big races at the Gold Cup. Yeah, take Ramsey, well done mate, and lay it on.
Guys, not taking anything away from our 3 competitors in that event. Just spoken with Scotty Patterson. You wouldn't believe it, the battery died.
Oh, serious?
Unbelievable.
Battery died.
A simple thing like a battery. And that has cost Connor any chance of having a crack at this one.
So that's.
But as you can see, and not taking anything away from Blake, who's still on his victory lap, Blake will be credited with the round win, but the overall champion for 2025, 3 years on the go. A new deal this year with Lay It On. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Tate Ramsey.
Yeah, spectacular effort, guys. Can't wait to get a chat with him, Vaughan. Very shortly. He'll be
coming up very shortly. We'll just wait for him to jump off. I reckon he should go for a swim.
We'll see either he does or you do.
Ladies and gentlemen on the shoreline, put your hands together for the round win in Blake Ramsey and Destiny. A truly family affair this weekend. Now what a way to finish. Going for a swim in the Mighty Murray.
I think he'll be coming here shortly, Vaughan. He's wet now, so that'll be fine.
Watch it, guys. 2 minutes. Big hugs, as you would expect from the 2 brothers down here.
Okay, Group B, 5 point, beg your pardon, 95 mile per hour, and it's Ronda Wadakovich in Hot Lemon, takes the early lead, heading towards ETS, bridge turn. So Ronda's been overtaken there. We can see, maybe, is that the Rendo Tech boat? No, it's not. So that's the Eagle driven by Jordan Davis leading Ronda Wadakovich. Jordan speechly in Mace, moves up to take 3rd. Now he's been pushed back to 4th. Ronda's bogged down coming out of Roto Cut. And Septo moves into 2nd. Blaze on the West Lanes back straight. So Jordan Davis in Eagle doing a fabulous job out in front. Being handed the yellow flag and 1 to go. 1 to go from Jordy Davis. Glenn Brown in Steptoe holding 2nd. Mace driven by Jordan Speakley. He's 3rd. Rendo Tech. Oh! He's gone right through the middle, through Rotor Cup there. So he's moved from 5th to 3rd in one powerful swoop. So final time on the LB, Earthworks front straight. It's that, oh, it got very high indeed. Jordan Davis in Eagle takes the win. Steptoe, Glenn Brown home in 2nd. Matt Rendell from Millthorpe in New South Wales 3rd. Mace. Jordan Speechley from the Sutherland Shire home in 4th. And Posters. Ronda Wadakovich home in 5th in Hot Lemon. Okay, Dave, we've got 550cc, so we've got...
But for this event, stepping back, if you like, back to the 5.2 litre class. And as you mentioned, that first lap, very competitive indeed between those two. At 107 miles an hour now, so for these little boats, for a little 1.6 litre engine displacement, very competitive, very fast indeed. So it looks as though we will have the yellow boat Biohazard out of pole 1, then the white Melton Toyota. I think I might have called it the 100 boat. That's the race number on the side of that boat says 100. The reason I mention that because the Harrison team actually used to run 2 of these boats side by side, and they were painted up and stick it up exactly the same. The only difference being one had the number, I think it was 86 on the side of it, and the other one was 100. So that's why I got that number in the head. But this weekend is entered under the banner of Melton Toyota.
And we are racing at the best of the start. Tate Ramsey, lay it on. Racing 2 at the moment, down there in turn number 1, and it's Nidri really fast through the corner, but look at lay it on. Just lays that power on, ever so gradually out of the corner. He's got those beautifully flat. Drives it down the back straight into turn number 2 for the first time. It's Tate Ramsey.
Yeah, down the front straight now. Tate Ramsey giving us a real good look at the boat. Lay it on.
All right, welcome back, Coach. We need all of our crews back to the course, boat. We're about to get back into racing. All our crew immediately. Thank you. We're going racing very soon.
Nice turn there nicely. That is slowly in the tight into third position. But later.
Yeah, we see Tate Ramsey coming out of turn number 1. He is definitely slowed. Here comes Tate Ramsey in, lay it on as they go side by side. Gunnel to gunnel into turn number 1 for the last time. It's Ramsey in the front. On the outside, and there's definitely an issue on board. Lay it on as Midri drives around the outside. There's definitely a handling problem with it. Lay it on. Brett Midri's going to take this one out into turn number 2 for the last time. BNR Engines, Brett Midri, former world record holder, comes out on turn number 2, really, really wide. Can do something about Midri? I don't think so. Midri will take the win here for BNR Engines. Tate Ramsey in, lay it on.
Oh, unfortunately, lay it on. He's obviously got some injury from third, so he's now coming across the line into second position. Had very, very mixed emotions there. He takes the win, he'd be stoked, but that is his customer that is leading the National Drivers' Championship, just crossing the line to the second position, obviously having some engine difficulties, is the Tate Ramsey machine. So Brett Midri, some mixed emotions out there for sure, but he will be stoked with his win here in Heat 1C of the Battery World National Drivers' Championship.
All right, we're still waiting for a couple of crew to get back to their positions,
and unfortunately
please.
for the Turn It On, Lay It On group.
And I'm not sure if the crane guy's back or not, but if he's not, can you head to the crane, please, mate? If you are, thank you very much. Running out into 5th place. So up into the front straight away we go for the first time. Down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn, and a JD Land. Absolutely on the hard charge. Then it's Levi Whitten, my man, trying to catch him the flat out on the inside there with Chase Hamilton. Then it's Cash Hamilton running through, trying to chase his brother down, running that outside line. And Emerson Walker, who's got plenty of pace. It's a shame that she was a little bit slow on the start, because I tell you what, in terms of pace, she's very quick. She messaged me during the week, Maddie. She sent me a message during the week, your daughter. Said, I'm ready to race, Bisho. She said, I'm ready to go. And she looks pretty speedy out there as well. Here we go, 1 lap to go now. JD Land out in front, doing it in fine style. Back to Levi Whitten in the little untidy. Then it's back to the flat out. Chase Hamilton, then Cash Hamilton, his younger brother. Cash won't be happy looking at the transom of his bigger brother. He beat him last week. Really? Oh, at the club day. So, Chase won't be letting that happen again, will he? And Emmy Walker now, and as I said, just a bit of a slow start for her. If she can work on that start, I'm sure she'll be right on the pace here, because the boat looks speedy. The boat's called She's a Rival. Of course, they're part of the Rival racing team for Johnny Backer. Matt, her father, crew chief for Johnny Backer's Rival racing team. Good local Gippslanders from Victorelgan. So down the P&D Cranes at back straight away. And have a look at this, the move is on. Levi Whitten on the hard charge. In the little untidy now, it's going to be a drag to the line. JD Land looks across to his right hand side. He knows he's got a challenge coming at him. Has Levi got the pace to go? I'm not sure he's going to have enough in a straight line here, and JD Land comes through for the win. Levi Whitten into second place. A hard charge there from Levi towards the end. Third place now, the flat out with Chase Hamilton just getting in over the top of his brother there, his younger brother, who's also on a hard charge to the line. Cash Hamilton into fourth place. And one of my absolute favourites, Emerson Walker now just coming down through the bottom turn for Evans Petroleum, running the wide line. We need to tell her to get on the pins, Dad, I think. Roger that. I'll just coach from the commentary box. Best seat in the house, Hilly. Put your hands together for Emerson Walker, the local girl. She's a rival. Comes through into fifth place. He's here to try and stamp his mark on this NDC Grand Prix Hydroplane Championship. 2-round series over 2 days, today and tomorrow. And Gator heading out as well, a little 6-litre hydroplane. Not sure who's in it, whether it's Kelvin McCanch or whether it's his beautiful wife Melissa McCanch. Doesn't matter, they're both fast. Chatting to Kelvin this morning, they've made a lot of changes to this boat. Propellers, sponsons, so those of you that will remember, the boat had a lot of damage to one of the sponsons. They've actually rebuilt the entire left sponson on the boat, and they've actually changed the geometry on that sponson as well using computer aided design, both with hydrodynamics and aerodynamics, and they've done a lot of work in terms of getting that boat sorted and back onto the water. Kelvin said that he's very happy with the way it's performed so far. Henderson, we haven't seen on the water for quite some time. The Walt, beautiful boat, formerly the boat of Bobby Fisher of Fisher Superchargers, now owned by the Pennington family. It's got a lot of pedigree, this boat, and it's beautifully turned out. Everything that the Pennington family does is absolutely next level in terms of its preparation and its turnout. As to the McCanches, the work that they do that goes on behind the scenes with these boats is just phenomenal. So Pennington hasn't had his backside in this boat for quite some time. So it'll be interesting to see. He'll want to just get a little bit of a feel for it. Boat sounds strong. Tune in the boat sounds very crisp. They can be quite temperamental, these boats. Of course, they use a lot of them use the mechanical fuel injection systems, which can be a little bit finicky to get right. Altitude and oh, something's happened there. That boat's come to a rapid stop. Just saw the propeller stop and it kicked up an ugly spray there from the transom, from the prop, so that boat's actually stopped for some reason. So that'll, I would suggest, need to be towed in. McCann's just cruising around at the moment, so they're probably just getting this boat settled in. New propeller on this boat. They're using a DeWalt style propeller. They've gone from the Mercury type prop to the DeWalt style. Slightly bigger in the diameter and also the pitch. And it looks as though Kelvin, seeing the caution flag, is heading back into the pitch as well. So not sure whether Kelvin's happy with what he's seeing either, because he certainly didn't really ever lean on that boat. So we'll get these guys back out, or back into the pits, and we'll get the next lot of practice laps going for you. So we'll just wait and see what the next couple of boats are that we're going to be sending out. But obviously we need to get the Wasps towed back in. Dandy Drags, unbelievable run of bad luck they've had. He's had real trouble keeping propellers on this boat. They've changed suppliers and they're hoping for a lot more luck and a lot more consistency out of this boat. A boat that's won, I think, 7 Griffith Cups. Grant himself's won 9. I'm sure I'll get corrected on that by someone on the live stream, but anyway, it's multiple. This boat has been the #1 Grand Prix hydroplane in Australia for many, many years. If you guys want to try and take the title off him. So Harrison will just be collecting data at the moment. Blown alcohol 510 cubic inch supercharged big block Chevrolet in this boat. These boys have been experimenting with turbochargers as well. So it'll be interesting to see when they get their heads around the turbocharger, but their biggest problem lately has been propellers. So here's hoping that Grant and the GP1 team have no propeller issues here this weekend, and we hope for their sake they have a hard and fast weekend. So we got Rightio, welcome back ladies and gentlemen to the Glenmaggie Cup for 2025 National Drivers Championship for Lucas Oil, and of course our major sponsor here this weekend, Evans Petroleum, and we've got our 1800, 2100 and F4 boats heading out onto the course, 3 boats in the field. We've got Charlie Kerwood in the rebound, we have Retro Waterfall in the red line, and we have Jacques Meads in the Bud Light Racing entry. These guys are on the clock. They're not racing yet, Johnny. This is the warm-up lap, mate, so just stay calm. So they'll head down into the milling area. They'll be looking for that white flag, which will mean 1 minute to start for these guys. Big shout out all our wonderful sponsors this weekend: P&D Cranes Australia, Lucas Tree Services, along with the Maffra Community Sports Club, TTMI, Partners in Machinery, Vern Graham Mitre 10, Ericsson Marine, HRT Electrical Services, of course T&D Jet Ski Performance, Hidden Automotive, Gippsland Composites, Harvey Norman in Morwell, Marine Jacksons, and of course our major sponsor of the NDC is Lucas Oils. So a big shout out to all of our fantastic sponsors. If you get the opportunity to support our sponsors, folks, please do. They do this for probably not a heap of return, but it's more of a community thing for them. And if we can help them and put some money back in their pockets, well, that would be much appreciated. So support the people that support us, support our sponsors. 20 seconds now to start. White flag's been out, and I'll just count you in from the 5. 15 seconds to go. This is a scratch race. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. That's a perfect start for Meads and Waterfall. And even the rebound only maybe 2 seconds behind them, so a really good start from all 3 competitors there, bang on the number. These boys are on the money here this afternoon at Lake Glenmaggie. And it is Jack Meads down through the P&D Cranes, turn number 1 into the Addicted Marine back straightaway. And this is going to be a good battle between these two. Charlie Kerwood out the back door a little bit there in the rebound boat. He got a little bit of a slower start. Not a bad start, but just gave these two boys a little bit of a break over the top of him. But he's still coming to terms. He hasn't driven this boat before. He's been thrown into the deep end at the last minute, so he's doing a fantastic job out there. Meads running hard on the pin, so Waterfall's really going to have his work cut out for him here around the outside in the Little Tennessee as they go down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn and head down the front straight away for Harvey Norman. Up into the top turn now, the Harvey Norman straightaway into the P&D Cranes top turn, and it looks like Rhett Waterfall jumps to the inside, so he's not going to take this lying down. It looks like he's going to try and sneak up the inside, but having said that, he got a little bit loose and drifted back out to the outside. Now will he have another look at the inside? Not sure at the moment. I don't think he's going to, but he certainly doesn't have the top end to just drive on by. So Addicted Marine back straight away now. Down into the bottom turn now for Evans Petroleum. It is still the Bud Light F4 machine with Jack Meads. So good battle going on between these two here, but Waterfall needs to come up with a plan here because just running around on the outside of his wash isn't going to cut it. He's got a bit of a problem now because Meads is going to run hard on those pins. He's not going to give him the opportunity to try and sneak up the inside. He really needs Meads to come offline and potentially make a mistake if he's going to try and get anything done here, I reckon. As they go down through the bottom P&D corner, P&D Cranes. Back straight away now. Addicted Marine. Do all the beautiful billet hardware, aluminium gear, cav plates, all for inboard boats. So go and see the team, Mikey Johnson there at Addictive Marine. And hopefully they can help you out with any of the stuff that you need for your inboard, either race boat or ski boat or fast hoon boat. Yellow flag comes out. Evans Petroleum bottom turn into the Harvey Norman front straight away. And it is the Bud Light leading this one quite comfortably now. Rhett Waterfall, little Tennessee hole. He really needs to try and come up with something on this last lap, but I'm not sure there's much he's going to be able to do. Jack Meads has just driven a perfect race up till now. Hopefully for his and his team's sake he continues to do that. Johnny the flagman's excited. He's an adopted son, isn't he, Jack? Back straight away now, Waterfall. I think he has a little bit of a look, but I'm not sure. He's just going to be relying on Jack to make some sort of mistake here. Down into the bottom turn for Evans Petroleum for the final time. As they run through, and Jack Meads has kept it clean, he's kept it tight, and he's had a perfect race there. Jack Meads, ladies and gentlemen, takes a beautiful win in the F4 boat. First of the 1800 boats home is Retro Waterfall in the red line. And down the back straight there, the rebound, Charlie Kerwood. Still just getting his head around this boat. He's driving it well, he's certainly very tidy. And he's the right way up, which we're happy about because Charlie has got form for not finishing the right way up. So good job there from Charlie Kerwood in the rebound as they come through to complete the course. Rightio, all the crazies are loaded up into their boats now, folks. So boats that we've got a little bit of a change here in this one. We had Cam Allen has actually jumped in for Harrison Trimble. Harrison, a little bit of a tweak of the shoulder in the first race, so unfortunately for Harrison, he's just going to rest that. So that means Cam Allen jumps into the Supernaut. Then we got the No Problemo with the pensioner, Guy Barrow. Then it's Tyson Heathcote in the Filthy. Then the Shambles with Todd Clark. My man Bailey Canara in the Shiver, who was very, very competitive in race number 1. TMR F5, Joshy Turano, who picked up a nice little podium, 3rd place in the previous race. Then we've got Tyler Scott down here, boat number 33. His dad, he's getting his bottom half wet. And Gareth Lee in the Pit Bull Boss. And of course Taylor Jackson in the beautiful Phoenix Machine. That boat is absolutely gorgeous. Looks beautiful. Charlie Kerwood, once these guys have left the bank, you're on your trailer please, mate. Once these boats have left on the trailer, here we go. Thanks, mate. Alright, Harry Meads, he's excited, look at him go. Bailey Canara Todd Clark gets up onto the plane, he heads out, so too does Taylor Jackson. Gareth Lee in the pit bull. Tyler Gilligan, and of course, the great man, Guy Barrow. Here he is, here's my co-commentator. Grab a microphone, son. No. So joining me in commentary is a bloke that's going to take my job off me, I think. He even offered to this week. His name's Levi Whitten, folks, and I'm just trying to turn his microphone on. It doesn't want to have a bar on me. There we go. Levi, welcome to the commentary box, brother.
Hello, Bisho.
Yeah, you're working, mate.
Hello, Bisho.
How are you, buddy?
I'm pretty good so far.
How was your race this morning, please?
Yeah, it was a good race against me and JD.
Yeah, JD and I. Let's get the English right, mate. What are the conditions like out there?
It's pretty good. Might have roughened up a bit. It wasn't too bad.
Yep.
A few rollers on the siding lap.
It definitely looks like it. I mean, it's smooth, but as soon as all the boats go out, it looks quite lumpy out there, doesn't it? We've got a pretty big field of 25 550s here, mate.
It's a pretty big field.
You know all these blokes?
Some of them.
Some of them. One of my old ski racing buddies, Tyson Heathcote's out there in the Filthy boat. We've got a couple of ski racing boys out there in this one, actually. We've also got Todd Clark in the Shambles, the yellow machine.
Yeah.
He's one of the ski racing boys as well.
A few ski races.
It's good that we're picking a few of them up, so it's good. We saw some good racing in this class before.
Yes, we have had definitely good racing.
Well, she's a ripper day, mate. Lots of good sponsors on board. You'd be pretty excited about the Drivers' Championship for the hydroplanes as well, I'd imagine.
Yes, that would be good to watch.
Yep. We'll see the big GPs coming out fairly soon. In fact, they're coming out after this one, Levi. So we've got hot laps for the GPs. We've got Wasp, GP1, GP101 and Crusader. White flags out, mate. Call the start for me, son. Come on, show me what you got.
We've got this all zero start again. It's a clock start for this one, as they all line up and they're aimed across the checkered buoy at zero.
How hard's that, mate, when you're out there doing it yourself?
Once you, it can be quite difficult, but once you get it down pat, it's pretty good.
What do you do? When you go down there, do you time yourself to the buoy and then know how long it's going to take you?
Yeah, about that, and about feel, distance, and just get to know it.
Bit of intuition, mate.
Yeah.
All right, let's see who can do this here. Clock's ticking. We can see about the last 5 seconds of the clock when it comes up. Taylor Jackson. Oh, here we go. 5, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh,
Bailey Canara is the man.
An epic start.
Yeah, fantastic. Then Taylor Jackson on the inside.
Guy Hansen coming. So.
This is
Todd Clark.
Yeah. That's one of the ski racing boys, mate. He's missed the kick a little bit there. You've got a lot of work to do from there, haven't you, once you start back there, Levi?
Yep.
All right, what do we got going on with the top boy, mate?
Phoenix and Filthy. Filthy taking the lead.
Well, that's Tyson Heathcote, another one of the ski race boys here, but it's Taylor Jackson. Taylor was back in the field a bit in race number 1, but I'll tell you what, she nailed that start, mate.
She did nail that start. Who's that behind? Is that Bailey Canara behind?
It is, mate. You're 100% right. It's Bailey Canara, and then it's
Tyler Scott.
Tyler Scott, yep. And then you got Harry Meads in there.
Then Josh Taranto.
Josh drove very well in race number 1. And you got Guy Barrow. He had a huge hook. Did you see that one happen?
I didn't see the hook. I heard about it.
Good God, mate. Better him than me. My head would have come off, I reckon. Oh, Heathcote has a wild ride down into the bottom turn for Evans Petroleum.
Oh.
He's hanging on to it, mate. Oh, another wild ride for him. That's left the door open. Taylor Jackson looks a lot more settled and she makes up a lot of ground. Bailey Canara is just back there. He's probably got a little bit much trim in that boat, mate.
A little bit, yeah. And Harry's slowly creeping up on all of them.
He's on a charge, isn't he, around the outside?
Around the outside.
Tyler Scott, let's not forget him on the inside there, mate. He's pushing along quite hard too.
Yes.
Then we got Gareth Lee, the pit bull. Then the Supernaut. This is Cam Allen's swapped in there for Harrison Trimble. And then rounding out the field is our ski racing man, Todd Clark. So up through the top turn, mate, for P&D Cranes and into the addicted Marine back straight away, and it's still Tyson Heathcote.
Yeah, he's not getting beaten today.
Oh, don't speak too soon, mate. That's called the commentator's curse. The minute you say something like that, he'll flip the boat. So back shoot, Tyson's doing an awesome job though, isn't he? Tyson's a very good skier in the water ski racing ranks, so he understands how the hydrodynamics work.
Yes, I imagine so.
Sam Lucas being a bit noisy for us down the bottom here, mate. Can you go and just shut him up? Alright, so this is for Evans Petroleum, so let's run through them, Levi. We got Tyson.
Taylor Jackson, Bailey Canara, Harry Mead's overtaken Tyler Scott, and then we have Josh Taranto, followed by Guy Hansen.
Guy Barrow.
Guy Barrow.
I do that too.
Yeah.
Experts make the same mistakes for more complex reasons. Here we go. Actually, this is a good move here by Todd Clark. He's got over the top of Gareth Lee there. And rounding out the field, what's happened here, mate? This is, that's Supernaut. Sorry, I was thinking that was Bailey Canara. It's not, it's Supernaut, who didn't get the best of starts. Cam Allen, who that boat's already injured a driver today, so it's got form.
There's a bit of a battle happening between Tyler Scott and Bailey Canara up the back.
Good battle, isn't it? Yeah. Harry Mees, I tell you what, Taylor Jackson's really on the money here, and her dad's down here working. He's putting his tunnel boat in with Sammy Lucas in, but he's also keeping one eye on Taylor, who's doing an epic job at the moment, running up into second place. Yellow flag comes out, one to go. It's all Tyson Heathcote at the moment in the filthy. How's this battle, mate?
Is Harry gonna? Oh, Harry's creeping up on Taylor on the outside.
Gee, Harry's got some pace in that boat, hasn't he?
He has got a good pace.
Not a lot between them though. It's very, very minimal.
Very close.
Canara's just out the back door there, and then Scott on the outside of him. Taranto. Then Barrow.
Followed by Todd Clark.
Toddy Clark in the shambles. And a little battle going on at the back of the pack here.
Gareth and Cameron Allen.
Have a look up the back straight away. This battle between Harry Meads and Taylor Jackson, mate. This is absolutely on. Harry's made about a 4 or 5, 6 boat length break on her now.
Yeah. Tyler Scott slowly creeping up on Bailey.
Yeah, Tyler's having a real go on the outside. He's just having to do the hard way around the outside, isn't he? It's always tough, mate.
It is, yeah.
For Evans Petroleum, it's going to be Tyson Heathcote coming into the Harvey Norman front straight away. Tyson Heathcote, ladies and gentlemen, he had a bit of a wild ride, but he kept it all together and he's driven it beautifully. Filthy Tyson Heathcote takes the win. Bring the rest of them home for me, Levi.
We've got Harry Meads chasing him up on the behind him, coming along with second place. Taylor Jackson is taking on third place, closely followed by Bailey Canara, and then Tyler Scott not making up the ground, coming in 4th, 5th, and then Josh Taranto in 6th.
Could have thrown a blanket over him there, Levi. That little group of boats there.
Could have.
Guy Barrow just coming through, getting the job done nicely, picking up the checkered flag. In behind him, Toddy Clark. And this little battle going on between Supernaut and Pitbull.
Pitbull's got the inside line. See who comes out first of the quarter.
Yeah, Gareth Lee's got that inside line. He pulls up alongside. I'm not sure he's going to have the pace to go. This is going to be a drag race to the line down the Harvey Norman front straight away. But it's going to be the Supernaut bringing it home to not take last honours.
No. Followed by Gareth Lee. Putting up a strong fight.
Now he's normally pit boss, isn't he?
Yeah.
And the boat's got pit boss on it, but they're called a pit bull because I think it's a bull shot boat.
Yes, yeah.
Kim's had a lot of bull. There's a lot of bull in the bull family.
There's a few bulls.
There's bucking bull, bull shot. Now, these two not seen the checkered. Let's see. I know, they're right. Very good. I think they wanted to just keep racing.
Yeah, don't stop.
Well, you know what they say, buddy, in Mercury racing, the race never stops, but sometimes you have to pit.
Yeah.
Pretty impressed with Taylor Jackson in that one, mate. She did very, very well. Probably the red-back boat just had maybe a half a mile an hour on her in a straight line, I reckon.
Extra bit of pace.
It's just enough, isn't it, to not quite be able to get in over the top. But Taylor drove it beautifully.
Definitely did.
All right, folks, we'll take a short break. Thank you, Levi, for coming and helping me commentate, mate.
It's okay.
I might just go and have a little lie down and you can do the rest, actually. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with GP Hydro Hot Laps in just a moment. Thanks, buddy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Lucas Oils National Drivers Championship Hot Laps for the Grand Prix Hydroplanes. And the first boat out onto the course we might actually be doing a warm-up first, I think. All the boats are heading out, so they might be just getting a warm-up. So, boats on the course now. Grant Harrison, the GP1 for Harrison Toyota. We got the GP101, Benny Clark. Out onto the course after a huge rebuild. Dan Kruzik in the Crusader. Both boats heading back into the pit now. Dan Cruz is giving a little wave. Must be happy with what he's seeing. So according to my list, the first boat to go out should be the Wasp. Still on the trailer, I believe. So I would say we're not seeing Wasp in this one because it's on its trailer and tilted on its side. So unfortunately, whatever happened to it was unable to be repaired. That is a real shame for the Wasp team. So based on that, first boat out should be the GP1 of Grant Harrison. It is Crusader, is it? Okay, so Crusader's going to be the first one out, I'm hearing. So Dan Kruzik will be the first boat out for NDC Hot Laps for Lucas Oils. The inaugural running for Grand Prix hydroplanes. Hot Laps. We saw the 6-litre hydroplanes running in the 41 to 42 second mark. These boats will be quicker than that. Supercharged alcohol engines. Dan Kruzik, one of the great men in powerboat racing in Australia, has been around a long time. It's an older hull. They've been developing this boat for around about 18 months now. They've had a couple of dramas where it's sustained a little bit of hull damage, so they've had to repair. So Kruzik now puts the hammer down and the second count here. Crusader up into the P&D Cranes top turn. Backing out of it fairly heavily, I'd have suggested, as he gets the boat tipped in. Now he gets back on the throttle. Cruising now down the Addicted Marine back straight away. Boat looks speedy as it fires down, looks very settled as well. As he gets it turned into the bridge end for Evans Petroleum. He runs wide though, and he'll come through and he'll set a time for Lucas Oil. Cruising in the GP21 Crusader. So Dan Kruzik goes through in an unofficial 40.03. So 40 seconds, 0.03. Whoop. 83. Sorry, 83. 40.83, make that. Sorry, I'm going a bit deaf. It's probably all the blown alcohol engines. So 40.83 for Crusader. Next boat to head out will be... They don't know. All right, well, it'll be a GP1, maybe 01. Get ready to applause Dan Kruzik, ladies and gentlemen. Great job. Great job from him. GP1, the next boat to hit the course. Grant Harrison, probably the most experienced Grand Prix hydroplane driver in this country and one of the most experienced on the planet, goes out in the GP1, and this is going to be a hot lap for this team. They've been plagued by propeller issues. So new propeller on the boat, looked like it was pretty good this morning. The good news was it didn't break anything, so that's always good as he goes down through Coongullah. On the back straightaway for Addicted Marine. Down into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn here for Lucas Oils. National Drivers' Championship hot laps for 2025, the inaugural running. Here goes Harrison. He needs to put the hammer down. And it goes down. GP1, Harrison scores on the front straightaway. And this is going to be a no-holds-barred run as he goes up into the PD Cranes top turn. Harrison now hard on the gas as he goes through, runs tight on the pinch. Great drive there from Harrow. He is having a go here down the back straightaway as the boat tippy-toes across the crosswatches. For Addicted Marine, down into the Evans Petroleum, bottom turn. The boat pulls its left sponson right up into the air. Now he gets back up onto it. Harrison hard onto it for Lucas Oils. And Harrow records a time 36.51, 36.51 for Harrow, and he goes straight to the top of the table by almost over 4 seconds. That is unbelievable. In this sort of company, 4 seconds ahead of Crusader. Grant Harrison, ladies and gentlemen, the fastest man on the course at the moment. He can't hear you, but he can definitely see you. Wave your hats and programs for him as he comes past. Well done. Harrison goes to the top of the table in the GP 101. So the GP 101 now heads out onto the course. Benny Clark. This boat's had a huge rebuild after a giant spin out, about 150 mile an hour spin out at St George. Did a lot of damage to this boat, and the crew have worked tirelessly to get it prepared for this round number 1 of the National Drivers' Championship for Grand Prix hydroplanes. Hot lap now for Clark. He has to beat a 36.51. Can he do it? Well, it's going to take the best he's got if he can. Can he come in under the 48.3 set by the Crusader and Dan Cruising? Addicted Marine back straight away. Down into the Evans Petroleum, turn number 1. So for the National Drivers' Championship, hot laps for Lucas Oils. On the Harvey Norman front straight away. Clark puts the hammer down. Let's see what Clark's got here. Doesn't look to have the pace of the GP1 as he takes off. In fact, the engine sounds a little bit fluffy to me. Might have a bit of a fat tune in it, I think. But he does a beautiful job up through the P&D Cranes. Turn number 1, he does not lift. So he might make up some ground here in the corners. The boat doesn't look like it's got the pace of one. GP1 down the back chute for Addicted Marine, down into Evans Petroleum bottom turn, and pop it goes, and that is the end of Benny Clark. Unfortunately, the GP 101, he fires it back up, but that is going to be slow time. And that is a shame there for Benny Clark as he just backed it off. Something went away in the engine. Give him a round of applause as he comes through. He does bring it home and records the time. He'll go to 3rd on the table. So it's not going to be an impressive time. A 54.11 for Ben Clark. Unfortunately for him, that is going to see him to the far outside, but more importantly, let's hope whatever that was, they can get that fixed up and squared away straight away. Okay, so we've got a couple of boats doing a little bit of a warm-up run. Sam Lucas now fires up the Armarine Jacksons, the S3000 on the back of this GTR Trask hull. So Sammy Lucas has not been in the cockpit of this boat for over a year. So Sammy Lucas just doing a little bit of prop testing. These boys are going to be contesting the unlimited races here this weekend and flying the flag for the outboard guys. And Sam, after a year off, straight into it, stands the boat up on its tail and goes. Let's time him on this lap, see if he puts in a quick one. See what sort of times Sam Lucas is going to be doing just for interest's sake. This is not a hot lap, this is just a practice run, but every lap where Sam Lucas is involved is a hot lap. It's a Trask GTR hull. Sam normally competes in the Australian Formula Grand Prix Championship. He's also been racing internationally in the World Championship and is a very, very handy steerer. Comes from a long line of boating escapades. He's just gone through in a 48.4. So he's just done the same lap time as Crusader. So that's how quick Sammy Lucas is in this Armarine Jackson's machine, the S3000 Mercury 2.5 litre fuel injected engine. So Sam just getting some seat time. Oh, stands it right up and has to gather it back together. And he'll be off for a little underwear change after that one, I would think. I know I would be. So, one prop tested. So he went through in a 48.4. Crusader did a 48.3. 40.84, same as Crusader. You need more. Put another prop on, boys. And he needs to not blow it over in a corner. That'd be handy too. No, 48.4. 48.4. They're not good at maths, these outboard blokes. Unofficially on Bicho's watch too, by the way. Big thank you to Dave Bodner and Race Day Medical, always doing an awesome job. It's lovely to see your beautiful face. Gary Crash Boat Finlay, good on you, mate. Working hard as always, or hardly working, not sure. So a little prop change will happen now for the Armoury. We saw the 6-litre hydroplanes running in the 41 to 42 second mark. These boats will be quicker than that. Supercharged alcohol engines. Dan Cruising, one of the great men of powerboat racing in Australia. Has been around a long time. It's an older hull. They've been developing this boat for around about 18 months now. They've had a couple of dramas where it's sustained a little bit of hull damage, so they've had to repair. So Cruising now puts the hammer down, and every step of the second count here. Crusader up into the P&D Cranes top turn, backing out of it fairly heavily, I'd have suggested, as he gets the boat tipped in. Now he gets back on the throttle. Cruising now down the addicted marine back straight away. Boat looks speedy as it fires down, looks very settled as well. He gets it turned into the bridge end for Evans Petroleum. He runs wide though. And he'll come through and he'll set a time for Lucas Oil. Lucas in the GP21 Crusader. So down the Addicted Marina, back straight away, Coongulla in the background. Here at beautiful Lake Glenmaggie. This is for the 2025 Glenmaggie Cup. Sam really tipping it in hard there into the corners. So, stands it right up. So the propellers do change a lot of aspects of the boats. Not only do they change the speed, but they also change the cornering and also the way the air flows through the bottom of the boat, the way the boat handles and trims. So they're testing all of those things at the moment. Sam needs to put in a hot lap here, and this will be a back-to-back for these two propellers. 40.83 was the best he saw, only on one lap. The last one, I don't feel like this one is as quick in a straight line, but the eye can be a little bit, and he does, probably makes a bit of a mistake there, which might affect the lap time here. Yeah, and it is off the pace there, that's a 41.18. 41.18, so that's over a second slower than the other one, but he did make this little mistake down the bottom here, so could be interesting to see. To me, this prop doesn't look as quick in a straight line. I'd be interested to talk to him and see if the top end he's getting out of it is. So Sam going to put in another lap. No, he's not. He's backing out of that one. So we'll reset there. So there you go. Sam Lucas, folks, in the Armoury, and he's here to try and rain on the parade of the big blown boats. Craig Bailey style. Can he do it? Can it be done? Only time will tell. Reliability is important in these boats as well. It's not just about terminal speed. We've got a bit of a problem here, folks. With Ricky Howard, they've let him out of the Hawkesbury. What are you doing here, son? I didn't think you're allowed over the border after the charges and everything. Oh, I said, don't say anything. Nice to see you, Rick. Good on you, mate. Thanks for coming down. Better come and have a chat with us a bit later on, I think. EC Griffith Cup winner. So good to see Ricky here. Yeah, two-time. Thank you, Rolf. Yeah, let's not forget he's won it twice. Some people are greedy, you know. So I'll grab your microphone, Rick. Hello, mate. Don't do that. Yeah, no. Rick also does a bit of commentating, so he's not too shy of the microphone. We're going to we've got a camera going here, but I don't know where they'll find us. We're over there, but g'day, Rick.
How are you, mate? Lovely day for it.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? When did you come down? I didn't see you last night.
No, I flew in late last night and drove up and didn't get in here till late. Just come down to crew for Brendan Anderson, his 5-litre hydroplane.
Oh, fantastic.
Trying to give him a bit of a hand with it. So.
Yeah, that's an old Vela boat, isn't it, that particular boat?
Yeah, it's one they imported over from overseas and ran it for a little while, and then obviously they've moved on to the GP now. So Brendan bought the boat off and we've just been playing with some handling issues with it, and had an issue here this morning. We've had a fuel issue which we think we've sorted, so hopefully we can get out and race in it to go properly. It's
a beautiful looking boat, isn't it? It's beautifully turned out. Yeah, so you had that was what I was going to ask. You had a little drama this morning, fuel issue.
Yeah, I thought it was one thing and it wasn't, but they both related to fuel, and found a problem after the second attempt, but unfortunately missed the hot lap for it, but that'll give him outside pole in the heat, and obviously he's running a 5-litre compared to the other 6 litres, so
yep.
He'll have his work cut out from out there, but we'll get some seat time and go round and round.
A bit of momentum around the outside, mate, as you know, doesn't hurt sometimes. What's the configuration in that boat? 5-litre engine, it's a Chevy?
Yeah, 5-litre Chev, 18-degree head deal. probably 600 horsepower, 570, 600 horsepower sort of a motor. Boat's running around 120 mile an hour, thereabouts at the end of the straight.
Yep.
But yeah, Brendan's new to it, it's his third race meeting in the boat and probably his first big track race meeting. So it'll be educational out here for him once he keeps wound up, and we're probably a bit short on gear ratio in it as well, to be honest. So we'll just come and have some fun and run around and support the club, and it's been 30 odd years since I was here, so it's good to be back.
Mate, it's great to have you back. You need to bring your GP Hydro down next time.
Yeah, look, we would have, but obviously, not obviously, but Grant's not well at the moment.
Yeah.
And, so, yeah, he's not up to travelling, so it's where it's at. Then hopefully get the boat to Taree maybe the end of the month and give it a run for him and go from there. And
big shout out to Grant too, mate. He's probably watching, so mate, hope you get better soon.
Yeah, Grant and Karen, they've had a tough couple of months going flat out up there, and so the boats, Lindsay's had the boat up at his workshop and sort of went over it, and I believe it's all about ready to run, and so Lindsay will probably have a run in at the Taree. And do some laps.
Oh, perfect, mate, perfect. Well, this little boat you're crewing with, I was going to ask, is it carburetted or fuel injected?
Just carburetted petrol motor. It's a pretty user-friendly sort of deal. And it has been running really well. We just obviously found a problem in a fuel system there today, which showed its head. And but yeah, I sort of went the wrong direction first looking for it, and found it when we come back. And so we should be right. We think we've got a handle on it. So unfortunately, it gives us the outside pole, but it'll be good for the second race.
It'll be a great learning curve for him as well, mate, being new to it. So not too many boats out there as well, which is probably nice for his first run around.
So it looks like we've got a 105 out there now, Bisho, with a good mix of boats with the hydroplanes running with displacements.
Yeah, this is good, isn't it? How do you feel about being in little V-bottom Stevens out there, Rick?
It would be entertaining, wouldn't it?
I think he can add that all to himself, to be honest. I don't know how keen I'd be, but no, it's good to see these guys out there. It's good to have a category for these boats to run in as well. I'm not sure whether it's Melissa or Kelvin in the Gator. We'll try and find out, but we got Jonesy, Paul Jones there as well in the Stampede.
Yeah, hard work from the outside in the Stevens in pole free against the hydroplanes. When he gets to the corner, he'll have his work cut out for him there, but just for spray and so forth. But it's the two hydros at the 105 and the inside should have a cracker run. They've both been running well too. The Stampede Bait and Gator have been running well.
They have, mate, they have.
Gator's had a bit of trouble getting too much air under the boat, so they've been trying to settle it down.
They've changed a lot on that boat, mate, as you know, but flag drops on the MSC signed start boat down into the Evans Petroleum for the first time, and
it's all Stampede out in front with a 6 litre injector boat getting the punch off the initial line. The spaceman needs to come across underneath, and now Bisho and move to the inside. It's a long way around out in that V-bottom.
I'm pretty impressed with his thing. It did pretty well actually. He won the first race from pole position. He managed to hold everyone off, but I think Shane Archibald might have his work cut out for him now on the outside, mate.
Yeah, the first race was a cracker of a race to watch. I watched that from up there with Stampede, and him. But yeah, that outside pole in the long way around the first corner really affects the V-bottom. But it's all Stampede out in front at the moment, obviously speed cap class. So Gator trying to close the gate on them as they come to the corner.
Good family, the Jones family, of course, mate. Stan Jones, who I'm sure, like me, you as a kid watched Stampede go around the big V12 Rolls-Royce Merlin, and great to see the boys continuing on the tradition.
Yeah, family full of tradition and history. With the Jones family, just watch their speed there, and it's great to see them stepping up to 6 litre and going forward in the class. And they've been doing a lot of racing, and they're getting the old boat, like it's a pretty old boat, the Stampede boat out there, and they're really getting the best out of it. The boat's got a good boat ride on it now and sits nice. We see Gator coming up on the outside down in that corner, trying to have a run at the last minute.
Tell you what, predicted Marine down the back straight away. The Gator pulls up alongside the Stampede, and both of them will be looking at their GPSs here. I reckon Ricky trying not to break out. This is real cat and mouse stuff as the yellow flag comes out, mate. Down through the Evans Petroleum final turn. This is going to be on for the last lap.
Still clean around the outside. The Gator boat really clean and pretty and light on the water as it comes out of the corner. As they come down again, outside smooth through the corner. Bit of smooth water. Stevens hasn't dropped off too far either, Bisho.
This is fantastic racing, and they're absolutely gun to gun. And as we say, they're just looking at these GPSs, because I'm sure these boats are well capable of more than 105 down the straight, so they're just really tentative there. But Gator getting a little bit of a break up through the P&D Crane's top turn.
Yeah, later model boat, better corner speed through the middle of the corner, and the later model composite Bergeron around the outside, and the Stordacre of a Stampede boat just a bit tighter on the corner, a bit slower in the corner speed, in tight there, so, and not getting quite as smooth run. You see how clean the Gator boat is as it comes out of the corner, as Gator takes the checkered flag.
Checkered flag, good win there for the Gator over the Stampede, only by about 4 or 5 boat lengths, and a good drive from Shane Archibald too and Little Stevens. That'd be pretty hard work in the V-bottom there, wanting to rock and roll out all over the joint, mate. You'd want to be a good outboard driver, wouldn't you?
Indeed, very much so. Very much so. But what a great day here at Glenmaggie. Last time we was here 30 years ago, Bisho, there was 4-foot waves across there for 3 days. Yeah?
Yeah.
We come down here and another boat got wet. That's how long a day was. Yeah?
Mate, it can happen on any lake course, can't it? It's a bit like Epilogue too, I suppose. But it actually has a bit of an Epilogue vibe about it, this joint. It's sort of similar banks and bush area, and I really love it down here, mate. Gippsland's a beautiful part of the world. We've got lots of water down here, as you know, Paynesville and Gippsland Lakes, and she's a pretty good spot, and this is a great little pub. I don't know if you've had a chance to head up into the club rooms yet, but lots of memorabilia on the walls. New clubhouse, it's looking fantastic, Rick.
Yeah, look, they've done a great job here the last few years, building it up and getting it better, and all the Gippsland area down here, it's a great place to visit and come to, and Gator's just driving into the place is nice, you know.
Yeah.
And good sections of water, like as a hydroplane driver, and that's just great to see big open sections of water where you can have a decent boat race on and let the boats get going and keep them up and happening. So it's a beautiful venue, good people down here too, and running it and really pushing hard to try and make the event a bigger event.
Yeah,
and keep it going. And that's 4-5 so down, and we push Brendan to come and come down to give him a hand to try and support the club, and Heath and that obviously travel all over the place supporting other events. So it's good to get down here. Pity we had a bit of a thought I might get the hyperactive boat here, but just ran out of time to make that happen. But next year with a bit of luck we'll be down with Kobe driving it, and I'm taking a step back and going to let him take the wheel and do a bit of racing and try and have some fun that way.
You know what happens, mate, the sons always go faster than the dads.
Can only hope, hey?
It's braver.
Yeah, well, he's got a bit to learn, but he had a run at Taree, and obviously had a boat problem. We cracked the boat there, and he went really well there. So we'll fix it up and we'll hopefully be at Taree at the end of the month with it, and do some laps there, and we'll hopefully everything stays together, and we can start doing some racing and maybe get the Epilogue in January.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. That'd be great. We'd love to see you at Epilogue. Of course, it's my hometown up in Bendigo there, so love to see you there, mate. How's the celebrations? They still going for the Griffith Cup? They'd still be going for the next 12 months, wouldn't they?
Oh, until January anyway, I reckon. Oh, look, it's like I said, it's a privilege. What can you say? Every time you look at it, you sort of pinch yourself a little bit, and it just what boats are on it, what names are on it, and the prestige of the thing is just over the top. It's just one of those things. The words can't do it justice to what it means and what it is. And thank you to Grant and Karen, obviously, for giving me the option and my crew to make it all made it happen. And obviously started with Arthur Baker, who sort of sat me in it the first time, and so I got a lot of people to thank to get that opportunity.
It never happens with just one person, mate, that's for sure, particularly in those sorts of boats, I'll tell you what I did see, it makes me think, poor old Lupton's dropped a boat on the road this week, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, no, it's probably lucky it wasn't a lot worse than it was, to be honest, but terrible. That'd make you sick. I reckon if I looked in the mirror and saw that, I'd
you want to cry, wouldn't you?
I'd be throwing up, I reckon. And that boat, because that's only a new boat, it ran the first time in February this year. Over at Carapiro, and the hardware and that's second. It's all state of the art. The Lupton stuff is beautiful. Machinery, like the fin, the rudder bracket, fin bracket on its own. Just the hardware that got damaged, and just the fact it's a brand new boat that went down the road is unbelievable, So heart goes out to the Lupton. No one works harder at it than the Lupton family, And for that to happen, it'd just be devastating.
Terrible. I believe it was a hitch that broke on the trailer or something silly like that. So,
from what I saw, it was a broken hitch, but it must have had a jar and broke the chains and that as well.
I need to go and see my mate Fido Dutton at DMW Trailers in New Zealand in Hamilton. They go and see Fido. He'll sort you out, boys. But all right, mate. We got juniors heading out onto the water now.
I'll leave it to you, Bisho.
Hey, thanks,
good
Rick.
call. Always great to hear you, mate.
It's always good to chat, brother. Thanks so much. Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend, mate. Fantastic stuff. Ricky Howard, 2-time EC Griffith Cup winner, ladies and gentlemen, in the White Noise. Okay, juniors heading out onto the drink now. Where are we? Formula Future. We got flat out Chase Hamilton. We got Levi Witten. We've got Cash Hamilton. We've got JD Land. We've got Tyler Scott. Don't know if Intruder's running, is it? No. Did it get damaged in that? We don't know. Emerson Walker and Levi Witten in a little untidy. My co-commentator, the great man himself. People say that he's better than me. And fair enough too. Probably wouldn't be hard, to be fair. Well, let's not get carried away. I've got a question for my officials. Is this a scratch race? Thank you. No. Oh, he said yes. You said no. It's a handicap race. I don't care what the handicaps are. Let's just call it as we see it. Seriously, it's hard to soar with the Eagles, Aaron. Here we go. 30 seconds to start. Who's our pole boat? Who's our number one? Or at least tell me that. Emerson Walker. Emerson Fittipaldi, yeah. She drives like Emerson Fittipaldi. She's a jet. 10 seconds to start. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Come on, Emerson. Oh, no, she's missed the kick a little bit there. Probably by about 15 seconds. All right, so then you've got on the outside you've got Cash. Then we got the flat out with Chase. Then it's Levi Witten. Then on the inside, JD Land. We've lost a few. So JD is the man that has to do all the chasing. Levi Witten's the man just in front of him. So already into the lead is Cash Hamilton. His brother Chase up into second place. Emerson Walker into third. In She's a Rival. So as the final two boats, JD Land and Levi Witten, just exiting the P&D Cranes top turn. The rest of the field is into the Addictive Marine back straightaway. And it's all Cash Hamilton. Down into the bottom turn now for Evans Petroleum. Cash pushing hard. I tell you what, his brother Chase, he's got a fair bit of chasing that he has to do, excuse the pun, if he wants to try and catch young Cash here. Cash's hull is a chase hull. That's confusing, hey. He's Cash, he's in a chase hull. And then you got Chase in a wing boat. Then you got Emerson Another wing boat. Levi Whitten wing boat, and JD Land with a wild ride, just backs out of it momentarily. I would too. I'd be off to the dry cleaners after that one. He could see nothing but deck and sky. Oh, Levi Whitten has a wild ride. Threw it right up in the air. We saw all the inside of the boat, but he doesn't back down as he just cheekily ducks up the inside there of Emerson Walker as they go through the P&D Cranes top turn. Back down into the Addicted Marine back straight away now, and Cash in front of Chase at the moment, but Chase is making up a little bit of ground. So now up into third is Levi Whitten. Then it's Emerson Walker and JD Land, who's trying to make some ground here on Emerson. Okay, down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn into the Harvey Norman front straight away. And it is still Cash Hamilton, but he's got Chase. As the yellow flag comes out, Chase has only got one lap to get the job done here. Cash needs to put his head down and go, go, go. He's got a hard charging big brother behind him, Levi Whitten, pushing hard. I don't think he's going to make up that sort of ground. JD Land's got around Emerson Walker. So JD pushing hard. Land Transport, of course, the sponsor of the Junior NDC. Big shout out to Benny and Sherry Lee, but up the top end now, it is on. We've go through the PD Cranes top turn, and they are gunnel to gunnel, side by side, deck to deck racing here between the two Hamilton brothers. Chase on the outside, Cash on the inside. Chase is the older brother, Cash is the younger brother. The older brother does not want, imagine getting beaten by a younger brother, that would suck. So Chase has got it all in front of him. He's just poked his nose in the front of his younger brother, but the younger brother's got the inside line. Inside line will be the shortest way round. Cash through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. Cash pokes his nose back into the lead. It's on like Donkey Kong here as they go into the Harvey Norman front straight away. Cash Hamilton, can he hang on? I think he will. He's going to get there. The younger brother does it. He gets over Cash. Chase. I don't know. One of them. Oh, the Hamilton boys. Well done, Cash. Levi Whitten into third place. And JD Land a little bit outgunned with the handicapper there. But JD comes through, gets the job done into fourth place. And am I allowed to have favourites? One of my favourites, Emerson Walker, in that she's a rival. Just missed her start there a little bit, so she needs to just get on that start, and she might have been a bit closer to the front with that one, but good job there. Emmy Walker, beautifully done, and brings the boat home in a fifth place, sorry. Probably the most experienced Grand Prix hydroplane driver in this country and one of the most experienced on the planet. Goes out in the GP1, and this is going to be a hot, hot lap for this team. They've been plagued by propeller issues. So new propeller on the boat. Looked like it was pretty good this morning. The good news was it didn't break anything, so that's always good as he goes down through Coongullah. On the back straightaway for Addicted Marine. Down into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn here for Lucas Oils. National Drivers' Championship hot laps for 2025. The inaugural running. Here goes Harrison. He needs to put the hammer down. And it goes down. GP1. Harrison scores on the front straightaway. And this is going to be a no-holds-barred run as he goes up into the PD Crane's top turn. Harrison now hard on the gas as he goes through. Runs tight on the pinch. Great drive there from Harrow. He is having a go here down the back straightaway as the boat tippy-toes across the crosswatches. For Addicted Marine, down into the Evans Petroleum, bottom turn. The boat pulls its left sponson right up into the air. Now he gets back up onto it. Harrison hard onto it for Lucas Oils. Someone's left shut. And Harrow records a time 36.51, 36.51 for Harrow, and he goes straight to the top of the table by almost over 4 seconds. That is unbelievable. In this sort of company, 4 seconds ahead of Crusader. Grant Harrison, ladies and gentlemen, the fastest man on the course at the moment. He can't hear you, but he can definitely see you. Wave your hats and programs for him as he comes past. Well done. Harrison goes to the top of the... Alright, welcome back folks. We have got 1.6 litre hydroplane action, the Oz Light Hydros heading out onto the course. This is heat number 1 of the NDC and Australian Championship round, and the big news is the man that was way quickest in the heats, Harrow, has the hatch up, but it looks like the boat's just fired up. It's stopped. He's going. But he is going to be playing catch-up. Talk about handicap yourself. I've got a few handicaps, but I wouldn't do that to myself. Okay, the MSC sign start boat, the barn dog, the flag drops. You know what stops? Dewey Nichols and Wendy Geelan. They head away. Harrow has got some work to do here. Dewey Nichols, the S15 all the way down from Lake Boga in central Victoria. Tips it in and he can't believe it. He's like, where's Harrow? He won't know, but Harrow's coming like a freight train. Harrow's hard on the pins. He won't be happy. Geelan there probably doesn't know Harrow's there at the moment. She'll know in a minute. Oh, Geelan doing a beautiful job. She's really dancing that boat down the front chute in the Miss Hydromania. Harrow now gets up the inside of Geelan and tips it in hard. And I tell you what, he sets off in hot pursuit. This is for the National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oils. They go through the P&D Cranes top turn. Now Harrow has to try and make up the ground on Dewey Nichols in the S15. Harrow's done himself no favours at all in this one. Geelan just going out the back door a little bit there, but Dewey Nichols still pushing on. He hasn't got the pace of the Melton Toyota Harrison Motor Group. Toyota 100 entry, but down the outside, Harrow pulls up alongside Dewey for Lucas Oils. And now the battle is on. Dewey Nichols goes, hang on a minute, where'd you come from, son? Wendy Geelan doing a beautiful job in the Hydromania boat. Not quite on the pace, unfortunately. Looks quick in a straight line. It's just a little bit of corner speed and she'd be right up there with these two boys. Down the back chute we go now for Addicted Marine. The Lucas Oils National Drivers Championship for 1.6 litre Ozlite hydroplanes. And Harrow round the outside after a dodgy start is now up and about and pushing hard. Dewey Nichols running on the pins, doing a beautiful job. Trying to hold off a hard charging Grant Harrison. Wendy Geelan coming through there. The Miss Hydromania. Sound maybe a little bit off. It's going quite quickly. It's an interesting one, that one. Just off the pace in the corners a little bit is the Miss Hydromania. Other than that, I reckon the boat's on the pace in a straight line. Down into the bottom turn we go. Yellow flag is produced. My man Johnny Cooper doing it beautifully for Lucas Oils is the Melton Toyota 100. Grant Harrison back to the S15, Dewey Nichols. Up the Harvey Norman front straight away into the P&D Cranes top turn. As Wendy Geelan wheels the Miss Hydromania down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. So into the back chute now for Addicted Marine. That's Grant Harrison, has got around about 10 boat links now on the S15 Dewey Nichols. And then a half a lap back to Wendy Geelan in the Miss Hydromania. So for Evans Petroleum down into the final turn for the final time into the Lucas Oils National Drivers Championship. Dewey Nichols has a cheeky look up the inside. I'm not sure he's going to have enough to get there. He's not. Grant Harrison comes through and takes a solid win. Just back to Dewey Nichols in the S15 for Lucas Oils in the National Drivers Championship. And Wendy Geelan just tips the Miss Hydromania boat. I keep wanting to call it Mortician because that's what it used to be called. I don't know, it's just something that sticks in my brain. It's interesting, the names of these boats, and I'll explain something about the Miss Hydromania name in a moment. But Wendy Geelan, ladies and gentlemen, for Lucas Oils in the National Drivers Championship, third place in the 1.6 litre Ozlite hydroplanes. A little bit of a shame that in a season where we've seen a lot of boats in this class in the Drivers' Championship, we only see 3. Would have loved to have seen the Holly boys out there and Oscar Stevenson. So, Miss Hydromania. Stan Jones had a boat called Stampede, which was then called Solo, and then it was sold to Neil Howe and he called it Hydromania. So we've got the Jones boys here that had Stampede, and Stampede became Hydromania, and now we've got Stampede out there and Miss Hydromania out there. It's synergy, Johnny. Give him a round of applause. Dewey, the great man, Nichols. Great start, great drive, great race. You'll be okay. There will be official autograph signings on any part of your body later on today. And Wendy Gillen, great job there from the Miss Hydromania. Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, for Evans Petroleum, we've got the 85 mile an hour Victorian Championships, 3-lapper. Boats we're looking for: Bobby Reid in the Freedom, the Tickled Pink with Andrew Reid, Wild and Free, Jono Cruisic, Infinity Racing, Jimmy Kennedy. Oh yeah, we got Wild and Free, Cruisic not firing at the moment. They're frantically trying to put something back together in the boat there. Oh, and the helmet's come off. Cruisic, that's disappointing. Boat went well this morning. Jono won't be happy with that. That's a shame. My old mate Rowan Nankervis, actually. Rowan Nankervis used to run that particular boat, the Wild and Free. They got drama with it, which is a shame. Okay, back to the racing though. And we have a flag drop, and we are racing down the Addictive Marine back straight away. Tickled Pink is on pole. We've also got River Wrecker out there with Matty Ashmore, which we didn't see run earlier, so it's great to see him out and about. Look at Jimmy Kennedy having a real go on the outside there. Carried a lot of boat speed into turn number 1 for Evans Petroleum. Buttons to the 2. Reed boys. Bobby Reed on the outside. Drew Reed on the inside. Third place is the River Wrecker with Matt Axmore and James Kennedy in the Infinity on the far outside. So out through into the back straight away, up through the P&D Cranes top turn, and it is Andrew Reed now in the tickled pink, getting a little bit of a break on his father Bobby Reed, the Silver Fox. I don't think the Silver Fox has ever lost a 4.2 litre race in his life. Jimmy Kennedy doing a great job in the Infinity. He's around the outside of the River Wrecker machine and he's driving that boat beautifully. Very impressive. Run straight away now, and Jimmy K. Just trying to run over the top of the River Wrecker boat here at the moment. Little Stevens with Matt Axmore. Whoa, Axmore has a wild ride and oh! Something's let go. The boat jumped up out of the water and over-revved and blew smoke out the pipes. Oh, he's back. Maybe just pulled the kill switch. Might have just pulled the kill switch, potentially. Looked like he gathered it back together pretty quickly, but he's got some ground to make up now. Jimmy Kennedy will be wondering where he disappeared to. He'll be looking over his shoulder. So down into the Evans Petroleum. Final turn, the final straightaway for Harvey Norman. And it's going to be a swap of the previous race. It'll be Andrew Reed over Bobby Reed. Back to James Kennedy in third place on the podium. And a great drive from Jimmy. Very impressive. Well done. And Matty Axmore, unfortunately, looks like he's got a little bit of a problem with that boat. Oh, and it sounds like it's jumping out of gear, Johnny. But it's definitely blowing a bit of blue smoke out that port bank of the engine, which is not really what we want to be seeing, unfortunately. Let's hope it hasn't hurt itself. So next race on the card is our 1800 F4 and 2100 Vic Championship. Bud Light F4, Rebound and Red Light. Take a short break while we get these boats loaded in the water. We'll be back with more racing in just a moment. Cruising, not firing at the moment. We're frantically trying to put something back together in the boat there. They got drama with it, which is a shame. Okay, back to the racing though. And we have a flag drop and we are racing down the Addicted Marine back straight away. Tickled Pink is on pole. We've also got River Wrecker out there with Matty Ashmore, which we didn't see run earlier, so it's great to see him out and about. Look at Jimmy Kennedy having a real go on the outside there, carried a lot of boat speed into turn number 1 for Evans Petroleum. Buttons to the 2. Reed boys. Bobby Reed on the outside. Drew Reed P&D Crane's top turn, and it is Andrew Reid now in the tickled pink, getting a little bit of a break on his father, Bobby Reid, the Silver Fox. I don't think the Silver Fox has ever lost a 4.2 litre race in his life. Jimmy Kennedy doing a great job in the Infinity. He's around the outside of the River Wrecker machine and he's driving that boat beautifully. Very impressive. Front straight away now, Jimmy K. Just trying to run over the top of the River Wrecker boat here at the moment. Little Stevens with Matt Ashmore. Whoa, Ashmore has a wild ride and oh! Something's let go. The boat jumped up out of the water and over-revved and blew smoke out the pipes. Oh, he's back. Maybe just pulled the kill switch. Might have just pulled the kill switch, potentially. Looked like he gathered it back together pretty quickly, but he's got some ground to make up now. Jimmy Kennedy will be wondering where he disappeared to. If you're looking over his shoulder. So, down into the Evans Petroleum. Final turn, the final straightaway for Harvey Norman. And it's going to be a swap of the previous race. It'll be Andrew Reid over Bobby Reid. Back to James Kennedy in third place on the podium and a great drive. Yo, 1800cc boats heading out onto the course. Well, in fact, they're in the milling area and we've got a white flag out. 1 minute less than 1 minute to start now. Oh, and it sounds like it's jumping out of gear. So, always enjoy these races. Shame there's not a few more F4s here. There is quite a few F4s floating around the place. Shame we can't entice them to come down to one of the most beautiful racetracks on the calendar. Maybe when they watch this on the live stream, they might change their minds for next year. 30 seconds down. Okay, so this will be a handicap start and rebound will be the 0 boat. 15 seconds. Here we go. Boat starting to approach the start line. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. That's a start, and that is a beautiful start from Retro Waterfall and also from Charlie Kerwood on the inside. Jacques Mead's a little bit behind the kick there on the outside, but they're going to all arrive at the P&D Cranes turn number 1 together. Retro does a great job and runs a nice tight line through the P&D Cranes top turn and puts the hammer down and fires down the Addicta Marine back straight away. The little F4 Bud Light machine moves up into second place, gets over the top of Charlie Kerwood. Now for Evans Petroleum down into the bridge end turn here at the bottom end of this beautiful Lake Glenmaggie course. And it is all Retro Waterfall in the red line at the moment. Charlie Kerwood starting to get a handle on this little rebound boat now. And certainly staying well in touch with the Bud Light machine. So rebound now. Charlie Kerwood doing a beautiful job driving the boat. In fact, he drops to the outside of the Bud Light machine, so he thinks he's going to have a bit of a tilt at him around the outside as they go up to the end of the Harvey Norman front straightaway and into the P&D Cranes top turn. So Kerwood probably should have stayed on the inside there instead of trying to drop to the outside, because he's had to go the long way around. He's actually lost some ground to Jacques Meads, who's doing a beautiful job in a little Bud Light. Bear in mind, it's only a 60 horsepower 4-stroke on this little tunnel boat. It's doing a pretty good job up against a pair of 130 horsepower 2-stroke Yamahas. Both these boats, Rebound and the Red Line, running the same engine. So Red Waterfall works for a Mercury dealer, would you believe? He's also got himself a tunnel deck Dancraft, the same as the Rebound, which he's had all sorts of engine dramas with. So last I heard was that he was actually going to pop that engine on the Dancraft, so that'll be interesting to see. It's a very good little boat. It's got the shortened midsection, which makes them handle a lot better. So for Addicted Marine, the red line just goes down into the bottom turn. Bud Light, and then Bud Light as they come down into the bottom turn here for Evans Petroleum. We've got a yellow flag out, 1 lap to go now. Red Waterfall picks that up. He sets off on his final lap, and he's been doing it comfortably all day so far. He'd be very pleased with himself in this one. He's been unbeatable. So my man Johnny Cooper gets the checkered flag at the ready as Red Waterfall heads down the back straight away for Addicted Marine into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. And he'll bring this boat up the Harvey Norman front straight away to pick up a beautiful win here. Red Waterfall, ladies and gentlemen, takes another win. He's just doing it too easy at the moment, making it look easy. For Lucas Tree Services, the Bud Light Harry Mead's machine, Jack Mead's I should say, Jack Mead's machine comes through and picks up second place. Down through the bottom turn. You want to hear what my cameraman says sometimes, folks, not for public knowledge. So for the Maffra Community Sports Club, they're at 122 to 126 Johnson Street, Mathra. Captain Johnson's Bar and Bistro, lunch and dinner. Most days, get down there, enjoy. I've been there, it's awesome. The food's great, reasonably priced. TTMI, Partners in Machinery, they are suppliers of the pit tractors. They do farm machinery, sales, spare parts and service here at 2 Empire Place in Maffra. You can give them a call on 5141 1700. They've been supporting this event for over 15 years. Massive thank you to TTMI, your partners in machinery. If you're in the area and you need hardware, well, the only place to go is Vern Graham, Mitre 10. David Graham, the proprietor down there, he's a previous Glenmaggie Cup winner. I'm not sure what year with 1-0. That's a start. And that is a beautiful start from Retro Waterfall and also from Charlie Kerwood on the inside. Jacques Mead's a little bit behind the kick there on the outside. But they're going to all arrive at the P&D Cranes turn number 1 together. Retro does a great job and runs a nice tight line through the P&D Cranes top turn and puts the hammer down and fires down the Addicted Marine back straight away. The little F4 Bud Light machine moves up into second place, gets over the top of Charlie Kerwood. Now for Evans Petroleum down into the bridge end turn here at the bottom end of this beautiful Lake Glenmaggie course. And it is all Retro Waterfall in the red line at the moment. Charlie Kerwood starting to get a handle on this little rebound boat now, and certainly staying well in touch with the Bud Light machine. So rebound now Charlie Kerwood doing a beautiful job driving the boat. In fact, he drops to the outside of the Bud Light machine, so he thinks he's going to have a bit of a tilt at him around the outside as they go up to the end of the Harvey Norman front straightaway and into the P&D Cranes top turn. So Kerwood probably should have stayed on the inside there instead of trying to drop to the outside, because he's had to go the long way around. He's actually lost some ground to Jacques Meads, who's doing a beautiful job in a little Bud Light. Bear in mind, it's only a 60 horsepower four-stroke on this little tunnel boat. It's doing a pretty good job up against a pair of 130 horsepower two-stroke Yamahas. Both these boats, Rebound and the Redline, running the same engine. So, Rhett Waterfall works for a Mercury dealer, would you believe? He's also got himself a tunnel deck Dancraft, the same as the Rebound, which he's had all sorts of engine dramas with. So last I heard was that he was actually going to pop that engine on the Dancraft, so that'll be interesting to see. It's a very good little boat. It's got the shortened midsection, which makes them handle a lot better. So for Addicted Marine, the red line just goes down into the bottom turn. Bud Light, and then Bud Light as they come down into the bottom turn here for Evans Petroleum. We've got a yellow flag out, 1 lap to go now. Rhett Waterfall picks that up. He sets off on his final lap, and he's been doing it comfortably all day so far. He'd be very pleased with himself in this one. He's been unbeatable. So my man Johnny Cooper gets the checkered flag at the ready as Rhett Waterfall heads down the back straight away for Addicted Marine into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. And he'll bring this boat up the Harvey Norman front straight away to pick up a beautiful win here. Rhett Waterfall, ladies and gentlemen, takes another win. He's just doing it too easy at the moment, making it look easy. For Lucas Tree Services, the Bud Light, Harry Meads machine, Jack Meads I should say, Jack Meads machine comes through and picks up second place. Down through the bottom turn. You want to hear what my cameraman says sometimes, folks, not for public knowledge. For those of you out there watching the race boats going around this amazing course, all the safety and all the effort that goes into keeping these drivers safe. Obviously there's safety cockpits in these boats. They've got harnesses, they've got air supply. The open cockpit boats, they all wear jackets, helmets, they've all got all the safety gear, and the boats get gone through in scrutineering and made sure they're really safe. But the biggest factor in the safety in this sport, these guys right here. This is Race Day Medical, Dave and Anna Bodner. They do most of the powerboat racing throughout Victoria, and they do an amazing job. Dave's had to deal with some really big crashes lately, and he's done an amazing job. And there's probably some people that are here this weekend that may not have been, had it not been for Race Day Medical, Dave Bodner and Anna and their team. They do a great job. Just think about them when you're watching those boats go around. They're out there doing the job, and that's why all these teams out here feel really safe. Blue flag comes out and 25s leave the bank. Todd Clark's keen. Harry Meads. Tyson Heathcote. Bailey Canara. We got Cam Allen. You reckon? Tyler Scott. Pit boss Gareth Lee. We got Taylor Jackson in the Phoenix. In the Tech Art hull, I should say. And then you got Guy Barrow heading out there as well. So this should be another barn burner. I don't even know what a barn burner is, but it sounds cool. Hopefully everybody is enjoying the racing at home. Don't forget we've got 2 days of racing here, and tomorrow the big bangers are really coming out to play with the Glenmaggie Cup heats and final. Charlie Kerwood comes into the bank. You've driven beautifully today, Charlie. Well done, mate. Boat has looked great. Not listening to me. Boats look very tidy, Johnny. He's done a great job. He's still, you know, been thrown in at the deep end, and I think he's done a good job. Now, is this a handicap, this one? Scratch, is it? Scratch race. The junior's the only one we're handicapping this weekend. Okay, thank you. Just today. Tomorrow we do the handicaps. So you and I will be right, Johnny, because we're a bit handicapped. We'll be in our element. So Tyson Heathcote was the man in the previous race, in that little drop deck wing boat, the Filthy. White flag comes out, 1 minute to start. So it's absolute chaos out there. Look at this field of 10 boats. We've got the Filthy, the Aquasonic, the Redback, the Shiver, the No Problema, Phoenix Pitbull, TMR, Shambles and Supernaut. .30 seconds ticking through. Alright, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we've got an early starter there. Looks like Gareth Lee. The rest of the field is on the money. We'll leave that one to the judges. Taylor Jackson's boat looks beautiful. There the Phoenix as it runs through on the far outside there is the Shambles. Todd Clark, he was a little bit slow to get to the start, and so too was the Supernaut with Cam Allen. As they head up into the P&D Cranes at turn 4, the first time you could throw a blanket over the field. This is wild stuff. I don't reckon my cameraman Neil Cullis would like to be out there. He'd get a bit scared, I reckon. Tyler Scott down the outside doing the number there. Unfortunately, I think there might be a little whack on the wrist coming Gareth Lee's way as he just gets threaded back into third spot. Oh, over on the far side, that's Tyson Heathcote having a bit of a wild ride. Harry Meads just trying to sneak up the inside of him. Then you got Joshy Taranto just holding off. That's Guy Barrow there, just holding out Guy Barrow. So down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn, onto the Harvey Norman front straightaway, and Bailey Canara is the man that's on the chase. Race leader is Tyler Scott. Then it's back to Harry Meads, Gareth Lee, Tyson Heathcote, Josh Taranto, Guy Barrow, Taylor Jackson on the outside, just rolling past Todd Clark. Okay, James Kennedy, we need you back to your boat, please. James Kennedy, the driver of Infinity, we need you to your boat, please. Cam Allen struggling a little bit here in the Supernaut. He's a replacement driver for Harrison Trimble. Harrison unfortunately hurt his shoulder in race number 1, so Cam's been thrown in at the deep end in this boat. And just struggling a little bit at the back of the field there as he goes up into the P&D Cranes top turn. But coming down into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn is Bailey Canara, who's managed to get in over the top of Tyler Scott. Sorry I didn't pick that up on this lap. I'm not sure where that happened. I think it was up in the P&D Cranes top turn. So they come into the Harvey Norman front straight away now, and it's Bailey Canara back to Tyler Scott. Have a look at Harry Meads having a cheeky look up the inside. Oh, someone getting loose there. I think that might be Tyson Heathcote. It is getting loose down in the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. Josh Taranto doing a great job. Gareth Lee getting shuffled back just a little bit. Tyson working hard in the middle of the pack. He was a race winner in the previous race. I think he's got a little much trim in that boat. Guy Hansen. Then it's back to Toddy Clark and Taylor Jackson. It's got a little bit bumpy, hasn't it, Johnny boy? Little bit of breeze coming through, few white caps. Oh, Bailey Canara, oh, and Tyler Scott, all taking some good hits. I tell you what, Timmy Martin, your boats are beautiful, son, because that redback boat just sat there while the other boats throwing their noses up in the air. Timmy's good at building boats that hold their noses down. Down through the bottom turn. Oh, it's loose. There's a bit of looseness going. Oh, redback. Just a dive, a desperate dive up the inside. He goes round. Oh, and I've given him the commentator's curse, Johnny. That was my fault. So yellow flag comes out. It's Bailey Canara, Tyler Scott, Harry Meads, Josh Taranto in that order. So Harry was there, he did all the hard work, and then just at the end just hooked the nose in and hooked the boat. He didn't go round, but it was enough to lose a lot of ground. Tyler Scott goes, thank you very much. Oh, Tyson Heathcote, another wild ride for him. He's got too much trim in that boat. It's too rough for that type of trim, son. Can't do it and go fast. Pit Bull just going through there. Gareth Lee, and then behind him Todd Clark. Then it's Guy Barrow, and back to Taylor Jackson, who has a wild ride too. Oh, and that's Harry again. So Harry Meads is going to have some bruises and batters on him. So it is all happening out here at the moment in the 25-550 race. But the man that has overcome as the checkered flag comes out down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn into the Harvey Norman front straightaway. The wild man Bailey Canara comes through and takes the win in the Shiver. What a drive! Second place, a great drive too from Tyler Scott. Charging Harry Meads, give it up for him. Just over the top of Josh Taranto. Fantastic racing. Supernauts a lap down there, Cam Allen, but he'll come through and complete the course. Then it's going to be Gareth Lee, who will have a little bit of a penalty pending over his result over a jump start. And then you've got Toddy Clark and Tyson Heathcote. Tyson rounding out the field with too much trim on that boat for these choppy conditions. He won the previous race, but set up not good enough for that one. Guy Barrow comes through. Great job there from the old fella. His carer will be happy. I'll wheel him home back to the nursing home. And at the opposite end of the scale, Taylor Jackson, who won't need a nursing home for a long time, comes through and completes the course in the beautiful Tech Art machine, the Phoenix. Great racing again. Okay. So coming up, race 19, now 5 litre hydroplanes. As Bailey, is that his first ever win? Oh, in 25s. Let's see who's big enough to do it. Because I ain't doing it. Bailey's a big unit, don't worry about that. Probably didn't hurt him in the rough water either. A little bit of extra ballast. Great drive there from young Bales. He's a ripper kid too. He was cooking the barbecue this morning. Then he's out racing his boat. All these, well, there's a lot of kids out there. Plenty of adults too, but all the kids in powerboat racing are absolutely awesome. Great drive there from Tyler Scott, who's in one of the lighter boats in the field, so it would have been a pretty tough gig for him. But it's Bailey Canara, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for him. What a drive. Well done. And he got it all on GoPro. That's good. We'll see that on social media soon. Gareth Lee a little overexcited at the start, I think. That's good fun, that 25 racing. Hilly, it always has been. We've got such a big field of boats nowadays, it's terrific. Oh, yeah, we've lost an engine cowl on the Phoenix, and that's a shame because it was a nice little Mercury Racing engine cowl, that one too. I hope they find it. Oh, bugger. Might have to wait till the lake's empty. Might. Really? Darren Hill just telling me he lost one out here and it got found, and then he had to buy it back for $25 off Facebook. Still, it's cheap, 25 bucks. You've lost your engine cowl, Taylor. It was a cool Mercury Racing one too. What the hell? Well, Dad's just going to have to dig into the pockets a bit deeper. Okay, National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oils. Heat number 1 of the NDC and the Vic Championship is our 5 and 6 litre hydroplanes. Brendan Anderson out of 1 in the AMR. I'm not sure if that's, I don't think he'll be out of 1. Don't take my polls as gospel because I haven't got that. The boats we are looking for though, Brendan Anderson, Paul Jones, Tony Murphy, and the Gator. And if someone from the Gator team can please let me know who's driving it, because we do have Melissa and Kelvin McCanch. Melissa clearly a lot faster than Kelvin. So the MSC signs start boat, the barn dog, Barney Patterson. I'm not sure who's waving flags with him today. Who's the boat with Greg. Here we go. We pick him up. The wind's coming up a bit. Yes, please. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that this championship will be aired on Channel 7 Plus and Channel 7 Mate. You can rewatch all of the National Drivers' Championships on Channel 7 Mate. As we said, our 5 and 6 litre boats, I think we only have one 5 litre boat, which is the AMR machine, which is Brendan Anderson. 6 litre boats, Paul Jones in Stampede, Enforcer, Tony Murphy, and Gator, Kelvin McCanch, I think. It's going to be Kelvin for the duration of the race. Thanks, mate. Okay, here we go. White flag on the MSC sign, start boat flying high. We've got one with a problem. It looks like Stampede. The rest are away, and we fire away. And Tony Murphy's got some pace. So too does Kelvin McCanch. And I'll tell you what, the little 5 litre machine of Brendan Anderson, not too far behind, but this is a disaster for Stampede. But the race is on down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn, and it's Gator on the exit into the Harvey Norman front straightaway. But it is absolutely gunnel to gunnel up the front straight as these guys slug it out. Up into the P&D Cranes top turn for the first time. Stampede went and then it stopped. It is out of the game, but the battle is on between Gator in the lead and on the inside of that boat is the Enforcer machine of Tony Murphy as they go down. Oh, Murphy's got a problem. Oh, McCanch has missed a boy. McCanch has missed a turn boy. Oh, devastation now for the Gator team. That means Tony Murphy will inherit the lead, even though he had a bit of a problem and had to back out. This is a great run here from Brendan Anderson as well in the AMR Anderson Marine Racing. So McCanch will be absolutely kicking himself with a missed turn boy. Caution flags are out. McCanch backs it down now. He's probably been told by his crew about the mistake. Tony Murphy is now going to be the race leader. And McCanch, if he didn't realise before, he'll realise it now. Because now he goes round the correct 3 turn boys. So, the Gator leads, but it's an artificial lead because there will be a penalty implied. This little AMR machine absolutely beautiful as it goes down the Harvey Norman front straight away. Gator goes up through the P&D Cranes top turn for Lucas Oils in the National Drivers' Championship for 2025. Oh, Tony Murphy, I saw all of the underneath of the boat then. Wild ride for him. But he just needs to keep it together. And he needs to try and hold off this little AMR boat. AMR will inherit second position here as the yellow flag is out. So McCanch, unbelievable stuff here for Calvin McCanch. He comes through, gets the jacket, the yellow flag I should say. Have a look at this, Tony Murphy's under attack from AMR. Brendan Anderson, the little 5-litre boat, pulling up alongside Murphy. Murphy sees him and needs to go. Anderson can win this as they go up through the PD cranes. Top turn. Anderson made a little bit of inroads into Murphy there, but Murphy I think saw him and got back on the gas. I think he thought he was having it all his own way. He saw McCann miss that turn, boy. He knows that he's going to have it over McCann, so he will win this if he can bring it home. Down the Addicted Marine back straight away for Lucas Oils. Into the Evans Petroleum final turn. Calvin McCann is going to bring the Gator home in P1, but unfortunately for him there will be a penalty. So Calvin McCann will come through. Your race leader, your race winner will be Tony Murphy. In the Enforcer, second place is Brendan Anderson. Woo-wee. Yes, I'll have a hot jam donut, thank you. I need one after that race. Oh my goodness. Well, Calvin McCann, he will be livid. They had the pace, they had everything. And he went to the wrong red buoy. Disappointing for him. I'm not sure whether he knows or not. I assume he does. I assume his crew has told him. Okay, so Kelvin may not know. And probably thinks that he's, well, he's definitely got line honours, but please put your hands together for all of these guys. They come through. Calvin McCann. Unfortunately, I think a penalty will come his way. And this will be a great drive here from young Brendan. Absolutely fantastic drive. Brendan Anderson. And all things being equal, your race winner, Tony Murphy. Great effort there, Tony Murphy. Okay, here we go. White flag on the MSC sign. Start boat flying high. We've got one with a problem. It looks like Stampede. The rest are away, and we fire away. And Tony Murphy's got some pace. So too does Calvin McCann. And I tell you what, the little 5-litre machine of Brendan Anderson, not too far behind, but this is a disaster for Stampede. But the race is on down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn, and it's Gator on the exit into the Harvey Norman front straightaway. But it is absolutely gunnel to gunnel. Up the front straight as these guys slug it out. Up into the P&D cranes, top turn for the first time. Stampede went and then it stopped. It is out of the game, but the battle is on between Gator in the lead and on the inside of that boat is the Enforcer machine of Tony Murphy as they go down. Oh, Murphy's got a problem. Oh, McCann has missed a boy. McCann has missed a turn, boy. Oh, devastation now for the Gator team. That means Tony Murphy will inherit the lead, even though he had a bit of a problem and had to back out. This is a great run here from Brendan Anderson as well in the AMR Anderson Marine Racing. So McCann will be absolutely kicking himself with a missed turn, boy. Caution flags are out. McCann's backs it down now. He's probably been told by his crew about the mistake. Tony Murphy is now going to be the race leader. And McCanch, if he didn't realise before, he'll realise it now. Because now he goes round the correct 3-turn, boys. So, the Gator leads, but it's an artificial lead because there will be a penalty applied. This little AMR machine, absolutely beautiful as it goes down the Harvey Norman front straight away. Gator goes up through the P&D Cranes top turn for Lucas Oils in the National Drivers' Championship for 2025. Oh, Tony Murphy, I saw all of the underneath of the boat then. Wild ride for him. But he just needs to keep it together. And he needs to try and hold off this little AMR boat. AMR will inherit second position here as the yellow flag is out. So McCanch, unbelievable stuff here for Calvin McCanch. He comes through, gets the jacket, the yellow flag, I should say. Have a look at this. Tony Murphy's under attack from AMR. Brendan Anderson, the little 5-litre boat, pulling up alongside Murphy. Murphy sees him and needs to go. Anderson could win this. As they go up through the PD Cranes, top turn. Anderson made a little bit of inroads into Murphy there, but Murphy, I think, saw him and got back on the gas. I think he thought he was having it all his own way. He saw McCanch miss that turn, boy. He knows that he's going to have it over McCanch, so he will win this if he can bring it home. Down the Addicted Marine back straight away for Lucas Oils. Into the Evans Petroleum final turn. Calvin McCanch is going to bring the Gator home in P1, but unfortunately for him there will be a penalty. So Calvin McCanch will come through. Your race leader, your race winner will be Tony Murphy. In the Enforcer, second place will be Brendan Anderson. Woo-wee. Yes, I'll have a hot jam donut, thank you. I need one after that race. Powerboat's had a huge rebuild after a giant spin out, about 150 mile an hour spin out at St George. Did a lot of damage to this boat, and the crew have worked tirelessly to get it prepared for this round number 1 of the National Drivers' Championship for Grand Prix hydroplanes. Hot lap now for Clark. He has to beat a 36.51. Can he do it? Well, it's going to take the best he's got if he can. Can he come in under the 48.3 set by the Crusader and Dan Cruising? Addicta Marine back straight away. Down into the Evans Petroleum, turn number 1. So for the National Drivers' Championship, hot laps for Lucas Oils. On the Harvey Norman front straight away. Clark puts the hammer down. Let's see what Clark's got here. Doesn't look to have the pace of the GP1 as he takes off. In fact, the engine sounds a little bit fluffy to me. Might have a bit of a fat tune in it, I think. But he does a beautiful job up through the P&D cranes. Turn number 1, he does not lift. So he might make up some ground here in the corners. The boat doesn't look like it's got the pace of one. GP1 down the back chute for Addicta Marine, down into Evans Petroleum, bottom turn, and pop it goes. And that is the end of Benny Clark. Unfortunately, the GP101, he fires it back up, but that is going to be slow time. And that is a shame there for Benny Clark as he just backed it off. Something went away in the engine. Give him a round of applause as he comes through. He does bring it home and records the time. He'll go to 3rd on the table. So it's not going to be an impressive time. A 54.1.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just while we're getting organised for the next race to go out, which is our 95 mile an hour category, my mate Jimmy Kennedy out there has been doing a beautiful job in the Infinity, the little V6 Velocity with a 300R on the back. I've been joined in the commentary box by one of my old mates, good bloke and most experienced hydroplane driver in Australia, Mr. Grant Harrison. Hello, Grant.
Hello, Bisho. How are you?
All a bit of seeing your smiling face, mate. So just come over here because Scotty wants to try and get you on a camera. I don't know how we're going to go, but we're over there for the people watching at home. We're sort of shooting across the boat ramp here. But mate, how's your day been? We were just discussing propellers. Let's talk propellers because I've been talking about it while you've been out there racing. Your biggest Achilles heel the last couple of years has been propellers. And you did St George, went really well. You've run here today, run really well. What's going on? What are we doing?
Yeah, thanks, Bish. Yeah, as you know, the last couple of Groups Cups have been lost by propellers, not by engines, not by gearboxes, not by this, that or the other. So we've gone to Herring in the US, fully forged this time. First time out was at St George 4 or 5 weeks ago. Went well, came back, crack tested, all good, and so far today. So I'm hoping that this propeller is going to last us for a number of years before it starts to fail, and hopefully it does never fail, not one after it costs me.
Yeah, I was going to say, mate, they're not cheap, and I'm not going to ask you how much it was, but I know what they cost, and especially when you've got to get one custom made. It's not just a off-the-shelf one either, so it's cost you a pretty penny. But, I mean, with your boats, you can't just have one propeller, can you? You've got to have different props for different tracks, gearboxes, different conditions. So, you know, what do you do there? I mean, obviously, you can't just go spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on propellers either.
Well, we've got one propeller, Bish, so what do? Change gearboxes. We've got 4 gearboxes, 4 complete gearboxes, all different gear ratios, and we said at the track, this is a pretty short track. We only got 25% gears in today, which I'm glad. We could have put 28s, we got 30s as well. I could probably almost go back to probably 22s here, but at this stage we don't need to. I'm happy with 25, and we'll see what happens later on this afternoon.
The other thing you need to look at with propellers, obviously rake, pitch, diameter, and just design of the actual propeller blade. Change the handling of all boats, no matter whether you're talking 25 horsepower or a Grand Prix hydroplane. They change the handling of the boats. Is this one working well in terms of handling?
Well, at the start at St George, when I went out for practice, I wasn't happy with it. It totally changed the boat. But then another bloke back on the bank said, Grant, just drive a bit faster, you're going too slow.
I've never known you to go too slow,
So I went back out again, and yeah, the boat felt a different boat at speed, floating at 7,000 RPM. It felt much better. And I came away from St George very happy with the prop. Just then in that hot lap, I think I drove pretty average then. I was not very good, and the boat was bouncing around and on the nose and sort of skating a little bit and just didn't feel good. And am I going to blame the prop or am I going to blame me? I blame me. So I need to get out here later on and put 4 good laps together and get a bit more of a feel of the boat. These boats are not easy boats to drive. You can get in a 1.6 litre hydroplane. That is easy. It's just like driving a Corolla.
Yep.
Getting a Grand Prix boat or a blown displacement, these are just a different beast, and you just can't expect someone to get out there and drive these things straight away. And as experienced as I am, I'll be honest, I can't drive these boats flat out first time out. I need to get seat time, and I know I only drove the boat, 5 weeks ago?
Yep.
I've had a little warm up this morning. This afternoon, hopefully we can go a bit better and I can get the boat to float a bit better and I don't back off in the corner so much. And yeah, I just got to be a better driver.
The other thing too, mate, is, and I do a little bit of car racing. I did a 6-hour event at Winton, and you get to spend maybe 2 or 3 hours in the hot seat. That would never happen in a Grand Prix hydroplane over a whole weekend, to spend 2 or 3 hours in the seat. So you just can't do that, can you? It's every time you go out. It's well, you did a 40-odd second or 36-second lap of the course. So 36 seconds, you multiply that by 4, it's 2 minutes of racing. It's almost like being in a drag car.
Yeah, that's interesting you said 36, so I reckon I could get round there in 31. I think I was pretty slow that time, and I wasn't flat out. I haven't even looked at my throttle position sensor on the data logger, but I sort of knew we'd probably pull a fairly quick time, enough to be quicker than the other 2 boats, I hope. So I didn't push it all the way. So yeah, like you said, it's 30-second laps or 35-second laps and rough water, and you're looking at the gauges and you're talking to your crew. There's a bit going on in there, Bish. There's a bit going on.
Oh, 100%, mate. But it's and the wind's coming up as well now, as we can see. You got another run this afternoon, of course.
We got another run, and talking of being hard work, that last race in the 1.6, my front canard broke. The electric actuator, the bolt broke off that.
Yep.
So I was actually driving that with my left foot on the canard, trying to stop it fluttering real bad. So my left butt cheek was cramping up big time sitting in the seat, and I'm like, do I go slower, do I go faster, what do I do here? I'm thinking 1 lap to go, 1 lap, last lap, good, will I stop, but I did finish and I came back in. But that last race in the 1.6 was a really bumpy ride as well.
Well, you had a lot to do, mate. What happened over here? Because at the start it didn't fire, or did it stop? What happened?
Yeah, so a bit of background to the crowd and to the guys online. For some reason, and we've changed nothing, we spewed a lot of oil out of the engine in our hot lap. A lot of oil everywhere, and that's a danger thing. So quickly the boys pulled the plugs out, did some compression checks, checked the motor, everything's all good. So in that race we were a bit unsure, so we ran without the cowl, and I think we got water down the carbies at the start. And I almost didn't start, but being the NDC, I thought, well, let's start it, let's idle, okay, had all the pressure, and we went out in the race, albeit a bit late.
Oh, well, it was lucky you had a bit of work to do, mate, to try and catch them, especially once that bolt broke in your canard wing.
We have no canard now, so this next race is going to be interesting. I've got no canard to settle the boat, to lift it, so Dewey and Wendy in with a chance. I'm not sure how the boat's going to go, but we'll give it a crack.
Yeah, good on you, Harrow. Hey, thanks for coming up, mate. We've got some boats heading out on the course. Good luck for the rest of the weekend, brother. First inaugural NDC Championship. You'd love to put your name on that one, son. Good on you, Harrow. Great to see you here, mate. You're always at every race. Say it all the time. The Harrison Support Boat Racing. You're all about it. Thanks a lot, brother. Good luck. Yeah, Grant Harrison, go and get your boat, son. You're not talking to me. He's not going to get you out on the course. Oh, thank you. Rightio. So, boats out on the course. And it is our 95-mile-an-hour category. 3 boats. The artist, Mark Schultz. We've got James Kennedy, who's done an epic job in the Infinity boat. First time ever circuit racing. He has done some offshore racing years ago in a Haynes. And the Rumble, the Cut Cat, Stevie Rumble, firing away down the back chute, and it is on like Donkey Kong. Kennedy's really starting to take to this. In fact, he's got the pace to go with these boys in a straight line. The outboard probably not quite going to corner like the displacement inboards, but he's certainly giving him some hurry up, particularly once it gets a bit bumpy. Front straight away now. So it is a Rumble and Schultz Very, very lightweight boat. It's getting a little bit breezy out there as well, so we're seeing a few little white caps just starting to come down the course now as well, so that velocity hull will probably enjoy a few bumps, but these two boys out in front absolutely going at it. Schultze now on pole as he fires down the back chute for Addicted Marine, and Rumble comes back at him. Now Schultz goes again. This is absolutely cat and mouse stuff here now as they go down into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. Down through the turn into the Harvey Norman front straightaway, and it is Schultz by a boat lift over Rumble. Kennedy still doing it nicely in third place, but these guys are real battles at the head of the pack here as they go up into the P&D Cranes top turn. Phenomenal racing here from these guys. Gunnel to gunnel and deck to deck. Rumble pokes his nose into the lead as he goes around the outside there of Schultze. Incredible stuff now as they fire down the back chute for Addicted Marine. Down into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. Drifting and sliding. This is absolutely on. Yellow flag comes out now as they enter the Harvey Norman front straightaway, and it's now Stevie Rumble by about 5 or 6 boat lengths, but it's getting rough out there. The artist, Mark Schultz, really standing that boat up on its cab plates and really throwing everything at it here. Rumble's at a little bit of an advantage in the rough water, being strapped into that safety cell. Schultz to be hanging on for dear life, getting bounced out of the seat of that little Everingham. Rumble does a good job, and in fact Schultz loses a little bit of ground there. Up through the P&D Cranes top turn now, down into the Addicted back straightaway. And Stevie Rumble doing a good job here as he puts about 10 to 12 boat lengths now on Mark Schultz as the artist. For Evans Petroleum, down into the bottom turn now. And it is tight, it's tight. Rumble holds him as tight as he can, but he leaves a lane. Good, clean driving from both these guys. Stevie Rumble comes through with a cut cap race and takes the win over Mark Schultze, the artist. Around about half a lap, they have put on James Kennedy there in the Infinity. And you're never going to corner a V-bottom mono hull the way that a displacement boat corners. But tell you what, he's got plenty of pace in a straight line, and James Kennedy does a great job in that beautiful V6 Velocity. Into the Harvey Norman front straight away and takes a win. Hello, Lucas. And Jimmy gets the job done nicely. Great job from him. Next race on the card is, he says as he desperately looks, Ellen Hall Memorial for Unlimited Displacements. But unfortunately we've lost Ravage as well. I knew we probably lost Wild Child because that big pop on the finish line sounded like about 25 grand to me. But unfortunately Ravage out. That's disappointing because Brent has been super quick. Right, folks, if you've lost your sunglasses, I've got them up in the commentary box. You haven't lost your sunnies, have you, mate? Good, all right. Well, somebody has, and they're up in the commentary box. So check, see if you know where your glasses are, and we'll give them back to you. Rightio, welcome back folks, and we have Unlimited heading out onto the water. Johnny Backer, the winner of the previous Unlimited race. He heads out, the local hero out of Traralgon, scoring an American import. Yes, if anyone finds a phone, it's Gareth Lee's. You can either bring it up to us, or no Gareth, take it back to him. Got the lowdown on what happened with Fury. It got towed out of the pitch earlier on, but they're back out on the water. Hayden Chesser. Oh, I love the smell of methanol in the afternoon at a boat race, don't you, Daniel? Sam does. It's almost as good as two-stroke, not quite. Alright, here we go, Unlimited. So we got the always pumping, the cheeky chap himself, Big Dennis Pasala. Hayden Chesser in the Fury. We got Johnny Backer in the Rival. Unfortunately, we've lost Wild Child and Ravage. We saw Wild Child have a big pop across the finish line. And the white flag drops. That's a messy start. I don't know what went on there. Backer either saw it, nobody else did, or he went early. I'm not sure. I'm not going to call it though. But Chesser's missed a turn, boy, and spun the boat out twice. And that's a massive off there for Chesser. He gets it going again. That was a double with a half pike. No, red flag is out. Wowee, what a wild ride there for Hayden Chesser. That was unbelievable. He missed the turn, but I'm not sure whether he realised that he missed it, but obviously then the turn became too sharp for him. He turned it in. Massive spin out. He went round twice, I reckon. I'll hopefully see that one. How'd you go, Matt? Did you get that? Good boy. Oh, the cameramen love it. Goodness me. No, yeah, Pasala I think missed as well. Definitely Johnny Backer did not. So I'm afraid I was busy looking at Hayden doing 1.5 pikes. I didn't actually see the always pumping or where it went through, but I tell you what though, quick thinking by him to keep it running and get it going again. That was unbelievable. Why did we pull a red flag? Let them race. Let them go. Don't get that, but you know, there you go. Wowee, Hayden Chesser, you superstar. Oh God, that was wild. That was one of the wildest spin outs I think that I've seen without the boat actually going over or sinking. Impressive that he got back on the gas and kept the motor running. But unfortunately, that's a big error going to the wrong turn, boy, and caused himself all sorts of pain. All right, we'll get this little disaster cleaned up, folks. Everybody's okay, obviously. But we'll get these boats back to the bank, and we'll be back with more racing in just a moment. the always pumping, the cheeky chap himself, big Dennis Pasala. Hayden Chesser in the Fury. We got Johnny Backer in the Rival. Unfortunately, we've lost Wild Child and
Okay,
Ravi.
officials, we've got someone on the radio and
Wild Child
they're on the button
across the
and
finish line.
we can't communicate. And the white flag drops. That's a messy start. I don't know what went on there. Backer either saw it, nobody else did, or he went early. I'm not sure. I'm not going to call it though, but Chess has missed a turn, boy. And the white flag drops. That's a messy start. I don't know what went on there. Backer either saw it, nobody else did, or he went early. I'm not sure. I'm not going to call it though, but Chess has missed a turn, boy, and spun the boat out twice. And that's a massive off there for Chesser. He gets it going again. That was a double with a half pike. But Chesser, red flag is out. So red flag is out.
big pop across the finish line. And the white flag drops. That's a messy start. I don't know what went on there. Backer either saw it, nobody else did, or he went early. I'm not sure. I'm not going to call it that. Right out twice, and that's a massive off there for Chesser. He gets it going again. That was a double with a half pike. But Chesser down from the line.
It's 4-5, so down and we push Brendan to come and come down to give him a hand to try and support the club, and Heath and that obviously travel all over the place supporting other events, so it's good to get down here. Pity we had a bit of a thought I might get the hyperactive boat here, but just ran out of time to make that happen. But
yep, and he can't believe it. He's like, where's Harrow? He won't know, but Harrow's coming like a freight train. Harrow's hard on the pins. He won't be happy. Geelan there probably doesn't know Harrow's there at the moment. She'll know in a minute. Oh, Geelan doing a beautiful job. She's really dancing that boat down the front chute in the Miss Hydromania. Harrow now gets up the inside of Geelan and tips it in hard. And I tell you what, he sets off in hot pursuit. This is for the National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oils. They go through the P&D Cranes top turn. Now Harrow has to try and make up the ground on Dewey Nichols in the S15. Harrow's done himself no favours at all in this one. Geelan just going out the back door a little bit there, but Dewey Nichols still pushing on. He hasn't got the pace of the Melton Toyota Harrison Motor Group Toyota 100 entry, but down the outside Harrow pulls up alongside Dewey for Lucas Oils, and now the battle is on. Dewey Nichols goes, hang on a minute, where'd you come from, son? Wendy Geelan doing a beautiful job in the Hydromania boat. Not quite on the pace, unfortunately. Looks quick in a straight line. It's just a little bit of corner speed and she'd be right up there with these two boys. Down the back chute we go now for Addicted Marine. The Lucas Oils National Drivers' Championship for 1.6 litre Ozlite hydroplanes. And Harrow round the outside after a dodgy start is now up and about and pushing hard. Dewey Nichols running on the pins, doing a beautiful job. Trying to hold off a hard charging Grant Harrison. Wendy Geelan coming through there, the Miss Hydromania. Sound maybe a little bit off. It's going quite quickly. It's an interesting one, that one. Just off the pace in the corners a little bit is the Miss Hydromania. Other than that, I reckon the boat's on the pace in a straight line. Down into the bottom turn we go. Yellow flag is produced. My man Johnny Cooper doing it beautifully for Lucas Oils is the Melton Toyota 100. Grant Harrison back to the S15, Dewey Nichols. Up the Harvey Norman front straight away into the P&D Cranes top turn as Wendy Geelan wheels the Miss Hydromania down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. So into the back chute now for Addicted Marine. That's Grant Harrison, has got around about 10 boat links now on the S15 Dewey Nichols. And then a half a lap back to Wendy Geelan in the Miss Hydromania. So for Evans Petroleum down into the final turn for the final time into the Lucas Oils National Drivers Championship. Dewey Nichols has a cheeky look up the inside. I'm not sure he's going to have enough to get there. He's not. Grant Harrison comes through and takes a solid win. Just back to Dewey Nichols in the S15. For Lucas Oils in the National Drivers Championship. And Wendy Geelan just tips the Miss Hydromania boat. I keep wanting to call it Mortician because that's what it used to be called. I don't know, it's just something that sticks in my brain. It's interesting, the names of these boats, and I'll explain something about the Miss Hydromania name in a moment. But Wendy Geelan, ladies and gentlemen, for Lucas Oils in the National Drivers Championship, third place in the 1.6 litre Ozlite hydroplanes. A little bit of a shame that in a season where we've seen a lot of boats in this class in the Drivers' Championship, we only see 3. Would have loved to have seen the Holly boys out there and Oscar Stevenson. So, Miss Hydromania. Stan Jones had a boat called Stampede, which was then called Solo, and then it was sold to Neil Howe and he called it Hydromania. So we've got the Jones boys here that had Stampede, and Stampede became Hydromania, and now we've got Stampede out there and Miss Hydromania out there. It's synergy, Johnny. Give him a round of applause. Dewey, the great man, Nichols. Great start, great drive, great race. You'll be Oakty. There will be official autograph signings on any part of your body later on today. And Wendy Geelan, great job there from the Miss Hydromania.
Team engineer in Anthony Bertoli, Chris Dravitt, and coming on board this weekend for assistance is Heath Hamilton from the Glenmaggie and District Boat Club, Mick Taranto, and all the way across from the Riverland Boat Club in Chris Bill from Berry Diesel Services. Thanks very much for helping out and bringing Les Smith over here to Mildura for this one. Lisa's up on it. And here they come, right on cue. Barney must have been listening. Too impulsive on pole 1. Probably going to not be the first person down into turn 1, but the guys must leave him room, and that's where he's going to clean up around turn number 1. He'll gain that ground back again, and then hopefully he can go on with it down the back straight. PC, bring us in.
Flag is down and away we go. It is a river start here from As we said, John, it's Smith will be into the corner because he hasn't got the horsepower here, but he will hug it very, very tight. Up the inside as we predicted. It is Jared Smith in the 2 Impulsive, but the hammer is down. Have a look at the horsepower now for Blake Ramsey in the Destinies. He runs outside. Great victory in the B&R and Decision Glenn Lewis, but into the corner. Oh, he got it over though. He stays on it. Stays on it. They're good corner here now for Blake in the Destiny. That's Iggy running it third. Up the inside. He couldn't pull it up in time. Up the back straight now. This is where Blake's had a few issues. He gets the money horse, but he's got the power down really nicely this time round. As they have the back straight Destiny. 2 Impulsive. Blake Nedry now takes over second position.
Yeah, great pass there around the outside of Jared Smith, but watch the 2 Impulsive right up against the pins, drives the deck into it, or just about contact there with Brett Nedry in the Powerboat end of the Blake Ramsey out of turn number 1 for the last time, beautifully settled on the exit. Again, Smith goes into second place temporarily. He made cemented this time as Nedry started to jump around on the exit of turn number 2. One more chance for Brett Nedry around the outside. He won't do it. Checkered flag is up. Ladies and gentlemen, put your together. The turn. Destiny takes out the Sunraiser. From Queensland in decision. Wow, what a moment there for Jared Smith.
Wow.
Lap number 1 on turn number 2, jumped right over the wake and just about jumped into the back of Brett Nedry's boat.
How the hell he saved that. Incredible driving there, boys. An amazing effort.
Wow.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, that was unbelievable. Blake Ramsey in the Destiny takes out the Sunraiser Cup. That is unbelievable drive from Jared Smith in the 2 Impulsive. He almost lost it, held it together. He had a great drive next to Brett Nedry, and there was some pushing and shoving, and Brett Nedry did get shoved out quite nicely in lap number 2, so there might be a couple of words about that. It was a pretty good push out. You should need to maintain your lane, but in first place, Blake Ramsey, ladies and gentlemen, in the Destiny. That was an awesome drive. From the moment the flag dropped, he was on it.
Well, I can tell you, Paul, the chairs that were coming and the running round up the top here in the VIP area is anything to go by. Incredible effort for all down there as the boat now heads off with the checkered flag. PC, that's a great moment for them.
Oh, look at that. Destiny and second place is under review. That was a pretty big shove out from my point of view anyway, but I'm not an official, so I won't make any commentary. But what great racing that was, and give it up to Brett Nedry. But the guys in Destiny, Blake Ramsey, he has had an unbelievably great weekend this weekend. Thoroughly deserves it. This thing is powered by a Brett Nedry race engine. One of their major sponsors is Lucas Oils from New Zealand over here. They're cheering him on. They think it's wonderful. So that's good news as well. And give it up for Brett Nedry, everybody. Great drive, Brett. In the B&R, he's done a fantastic job all weekend. Brent Lewis hasn't popped the hood yet into 4th position. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for 2 Impulsive. Jared Smith, he's done a great drive. Great save, mate. That was unbelievable, so well done. And of course, out on course with the checkered flag, the one that he wants, Blake Ramsey in Destiny. Winner yesterday in the Battery World National Drivers Championship final, and again today here in the Sunraiser Gold Cup. So had a great weekend. Those guys have got a big truck. They can take all the trophies home with them.
They're going to need it, right?
Yeah, they are.
Keeping an eye on Vaughan Brewer down there, who'll be having an interview with the guys in a little while. I know that he'll be itching to have a chat with the guys. So we'll just sit tight and wait. We'll keep an eye on Vaughan. The moment he's ready, we'll throw down. I'll chuck down to you now, Vaughan, while the going's good, buddy.
I was just going to say that I can't go and interview Brett at the moment because he's just gone for a swim and I'm fully clothed, guys. I'm not going in the weight. I'm looking right now. Here he comes now. He's coming out of the water. So we'll have another chat with Brett Nidri after he cools himself off. Brett third place in that race, mate, but we have heard from race control that P2 is under review at the moment.
Oh, is it? Yeah, no, had a good run from outside, but yeah, no, it was good. I can't complain. So
overall, you'd be happy with the weekend then?
Oh yeah, absolutely ecstatic with the weekend. I had absolutely no testing coming up to this weekend. I just tried to get all my customers' boats ready for the weekend, and you know, I tried to get Baxter's boat going. We had a couple of little issues with that, but we'll get on top of them. But yeah, no, it was a good weekend. The crew worked perfect. One thing, we didn't really touch the boat until that last one. It had a bit of a vapour lock in it when I was coming back to the bank, and basically ran out of fuel. But a bit like me at the moment, I've run out of fuel. I noticed.
Mate, go and have a drink and celebrate what's been a fantastic weekend for B&R Engines and Brett Nidri. Congratulations. We'll try and catch up with the Commodore of the Adelaide Speedboat Club.
Big man Johnny says they all get it wrong. He can say that because of his vast experience driving race boats. Here we go. Yeah, they all look like they're being pretty conservative. Here comes the clock. 3, 2, 1, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 6 seconds lost there, but JD Land gets the best of the starts on the outside. It's the Chase and Dad with Cash Hamilton. Rest of the field, you could throw a bit of a blanket over them. Emmy Walker a little bit slow on the uptake. And they head up into turn number 1 for Rival Marine. So JD has got the best of the start, and as I was explaining a little bit earlier on, folks, you can win and lose these races just from the start. These boats are what is known as a J3, so J3s have 15 horsepower outboard engines on them, and you can race up to the age of 16. So down the back straight away, JD Land is getting it done beautifully. Then it's back to, I think, Levi Whitten trying to pick up there in second place. It is. Third place, just trying to pick up, I think that's Cash Hamilton in the Chase and Dad, and then Emerson running out into 5th place. So up into the front straight away we go for the first time. Down through the Evans Petroleum bottom turn, and it's JD Land absolutely on the hard charge. Then it's Levi Whitten, my man, trying to catch him the flat out on the inside there with Chase Hamilton. Then it's Cash Hamilton running through, trying to chase his brother down, running that outside line. And Emerson Walker, who's got plenty of pace. It's a shame that she was a little bit slow on the start, because I'll tell you what, in terms of pace, she's very quick. She messaged me during the week, Maddie. She sent me a message during the week, your daughter. Said, I'm ready to race, Bisho. She said, I'm ready to go. And she looks pretty speedy out there as well. Matt, her father, crew chief for Johnny Backer's local Gippslanders. You know what's going on with Tony Murphy, and what I couldn't pick up there was the gator in the spray of the Stampede as they all charge down into the Evans Petroleum bottom turn for the first time, turn number 1, but it's Rush Hour who will cross the line in P1 for lap number 1. So Shane Archibald trying to use that inside line to his advantage, and he's going to have to in that little Stevens, because once it starts to get a little bit bumpy out there with these hydroplanes, he's certainly going to have to work pretty hard in that little V-bottom Stevens to try and keep ahead of them as they head down the Rival Marine back straightaway. And Rush Hour comes back at the Stampede now. These guys need to be careful not to break out of this 105 mile/hour speed limit as well. Hard on the cabs as the Rush Hour. He runs tight. Archibald does a great job. Little Stevens now comes through, but Stampede pokes its nose into the lead. I think this is Melissa McCann driving the Gator at the moment, running up into 3rd place. So McCann's doing a good job in 3rd place there, but it's all about Stampede and Rush Hour at the moment. Unfortunately, Tony Murphy has got no pace in that Enforcer boat at the moment. Not able to go with the rest of the field. In fact, runs a wide line. Oh, Rush Hour has a little bit of a hook, throws it up onto its starboard shine there, gathers it back together, does a good job. That leaves the door open a little bit now for the Stampede as the yellow flag comes out. Gator running up into 3rd, and Melissa McCann's looking a little bit threatening now. So up into the top turn, just had confirmation it is Melissa driving. I think Melissa does do the 105 category races in this team. Calvin will be doing the later 6 litre stuff. Big chine walk here for the Rush Hour, but I tell you what folks, this is going to come down to the wire. Down into the Evans Petroleum final turn for the final time now. The Rush Hour. I tell you what, this is going to be a massive win for the Rush Hour if he can get across the line. Shane Archibald takes the win over the Stampede with Paul Jones, 3rd place, Melissa McCann. What a great drive there from Shane Archibald. And a lap down. Here's the Enforcer. That's alrighty. Wow. Hey. Everything comes out of Kim's garage is worn out, not hot. All right, here we go. 15 seconds to start. Supernaut's looking pretty good if he gets on it here. 10 seconds to start. I'll tell you what, this is going to be a good start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. That's a beautiful start there. Harry Meads gets the best out of him. In fact, I reckon Guy Barrow probably got the best start there in the no problema. Tyson Heathcote flying high down the outside. Supernaut's been blown away on the inside there, not enough pace, and Tyler Gilligan, oh, Supernaut has a wild ride as they go up into turn number 1 for P&D Cranes. Tyler Scott has that pole position, but I tell you what, he's got the very fast Timmy Martin boats on the outside, and it is Harry Meads who exits in P1 in the redback. Up the inside now, and is that, or trying to pick it up, I think that might be Tyson Heathcote, is it? Round the outside. Harry Meads leading comfortably. Where's Guy Barrow disappeared to? Not sure where Guy is at the moment, can't pick, oh there he is, he dropped right back in the field. So the battle is on. I think that's Bailey Canara actually. Bailey Canara's moved up into 2nd, Tyler Scott into 3rd, then it's Tyson Heathcote, and on the outside Joshy Taranto having a really good battle. Down through the bottom turn now, have a look at Bailey Canara, he's having a real cheeky look up the inside now of the redback machine. Jack Meads, Harry Meads, sorry. Harry Meads trying to hold off Bailey Canara, back to Tyler Gilligan on the outside. Josh Taranto in 4th place. Tyson Heathcote up into 5th place now. Then it's Guy Barrow on the outside. Taylor Jackson Then we've got the Supernaut Harry Trimble just being overhauled there by Todd Clark in the shambles. Oh, we've had a big wild spin out there. Is that Heathcote? All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay. We're just obviously we had to sort out some broken boats. Unfortunately, Fury has a bit of damage. Oh no, that's Guy Barrow. Guy Barrow's had a flag on. GP Hydro's heading out onto the water now. What a broken hip for Evans Petroleum. Oh, and is he? Now this is. Boats heading out onto the water for the National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oil. Well, this will be one of the final races of the day. I think we've got a couple of warm-ups and bits and pieces after this, but this is the main game. The three big boys coming out to play. Grant Harrison in the GP1, Benny Clark in the GP101, and Dan Cruising in the Crusader. The MSC Signs Barn Dog start boat with the white flag flying high. They will pick the field up. They'll get up on the plane now. Start boat lifts itself up out of the water. Barney Patterson. For Lucas Oils, Grant Harrison, GP1, Dan Cruising. Clark, the GP101. We're about to see all hell break loose here on Lake Glenmaggie for Lucas Oils and the National Drivers' Championship for 2025. The inaugural National Drivers' Championship. Heat 1A. For the GP hydroplanes. Around about 10,000 horsepower lining up on the start line now. Harrison's going to be the man to beat. Start boat brings him down. Flag drops, we're racing, we're away. Harrison, Crusader. Looks like 101's a little bit off the pace here with Benny Clark out of the start. But Harrison down into the Evans Petroleum turn number 1. And he looks very speedy. Dan Cruising in the Crusader doing a nice job on the outside. As they head up into the Harvey Norman. Pulling the RPM, but it probably should be pulling at the moment. I can see a little bit of blue smoke up here. The P&D crane stopped corner. I'm not sure what boat that came from. Back straight now, Harrison. Down into the Evans Petroleum, turn number 1 for Heat 1A for the National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oils. Crusader on the outside of him. Harrison taking it relatively easy at the moment. Crusader's having a That's the question. GP101's out of this one. Battles at the head of the pack. Harrison now gets a little bit on the pace now as the conditions start to settle down a little bit here this afternoon at Lake Glenmaggie. The marine back straight away down to the Evans Petroleum bottom turn. Grant Harrison working hard here, running on pole position. Another 2 laps to go here for these guys. Golden moment the 2, just trying to get it done around the outside. Unfortunately, Benny Clark is well off the pace at the moment. 101. Runs straight away for Harvey Harrison needs to be careful here. Crusader looks pretty quick. Yellow flag comes out. P&D Cranes, they go up through the top turn, 101, almost a lap down now. Back to now, Crusader, Dan cruising real and starting to throw everything at Harrison. Harrison sees Crusader pull up alongside him. Now cruising throws everything at him down through the bottom turn for Evans Petroleum. Into the Harvey Norman final straight away, and it's an easy win to Grant Harrison in the GP1. And Benny Clark now. Down through the Evans Petroleum final turn for Lucas Oils and the NDC. Comes through and picks up third place. Grant Harrison wins Heat 1A of the National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oils. And a very controlled drive there from Harrison. Just did what he needed to do, you would have to say. But give me a round of applause. Grant Harrison takes a win in the National Drivers' Championship for Lucas Oils. Great drive there from cruising. Drive from Dan Cruising there. He gives us a jacket as he goes past. And keep it coming there for Benny Clark in the GP 101. A little bit off the pace, but a great effort to get that boat back out after all the dramas that they've had with it. Off the pace, but it's a great building block for those guys. Hey, Jess is coming, the commentary box. Let me grab you a microphone, mate. We need to have a download and a debrief. Right, let me turn this on. Well, folks, I don't know if you're watching this big red boat that came down from Sydney that is fast as, came down into the bottom turn, missed the turn, boy, and then did a 720 with a pirouette. Hayden, you all right, mate?
I'm perfectly fine, but yeah, pretty disappointed in my driving, but apart from that, boat can be repaired. It's only just popped the side of the deck out.
Mate, you say you're disappointed in your driving, like everybody will make a mistake like that. Like if you can't talk to a boat racer, myself included, that has missed a turn by, right? It happens. However, when you went around, your presence of mind to get back on there, I was guaranteeing that boat was sinking backwards. Your presence of mind to get back on the throttle and drop the thing back out was outstanding. So well done, mate. Yeah,
thanks, Bisho. Look, I knew that if I backed this in and like I could feel that the nose was coming up quite high. And I knew that if I didn't keep that throttle on, I was going backwards, and we would have had an engine to repair as well. Mate, seriously, I was sure that boat was going to sink. So, mate, great effort. To keep the thing running, because those engines don't like running at the best of times, let alone when they're doing this stuff and there's oil spraying everywhere in the sump and the fuel system's all out of whack because there's so many G-forces on it. But to keep the thing running and then to have the presence of mind to boot it, mate, good job. Yeah, look, we've got some very good people behind us. Benny Swan dragged us down here. Maybe I can have a chat to him about why he did that to me. Look, these lakes are something that I've got to get my head around. I'm used to point and shoot in the river. Yeah, the boat gets a little bit lively through the straight, but yeah, these corners I've got to get my head around. And yeah, look, it's quite rough as well. So yep. Look, it's a learning point, and unfortunately, the boat's just really fast. It is, mate. It's fast, and it looks pretty settled as well. Having said that, in your first race this morning, I saw a couple of big. I'm an outboard driver. I call them chine walks. You know, gunnel to gunnel. That had a couple of big tank slappers there. What do you do in a boat like in an outboard? You're doing that on the wheel, but I don't think these boats sort of react that way. Well, when they're doing that type of stuff. I sort of was on the wheel as well. I came back and I was cracking the shits to Benny Swan, saying, "Look, man, this is really hard to drive down the straight." And he's had a look at it, and we've actually put plates down, like right outside the plates down a fair bit actually.
Yep.
And that felt really nice down.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I chased this into the wrong corner, and yeah, that corner just come up really fast because I was sort of concentrating on where Dennis was, and I'd passed him, and unfortunately, I was just too narrow.
Well, mate, you're doing all of 140, 150 mile an hour into that corner, and you could see that you'd realised your mistake when you made it because the corner was back behind you, wasn't it? You tried to get around for it, but it was never going to happen.
Yeah, look, it was sort of two things went wrong at once. It was all steering wheel problem. It was the space between steering wheel and seat
that holds the wheel.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm not blaming anyone but myself. But as I came in, I also hit a roller as I was trying to get it around. So because I come in hard and hit a roller as I was coming around, it was not real cool.
Air crash investigation?
I don't want to.
It's never one thing. It's always a combination of factors. But mate, it's a real shame. It's disappointing because we love having you here, and it's a shame you've hurt the boat. Could have been worse, and I guess all the mechanical stuff's all right. I'm tipping you got a good fiberglass on the books.
Yeah, Isaac's actually an apprentice at Dave Connolly's joint. So so we'll start do some repairs, I reckon. Look, I'm just happy the thing's not hurt. It's just damaged.
Yeah, mate. Well, I hope you're going to stick around a little bit tomorrow, and we'll have a beer tonight. I'm hoping we can catch up.
I reckon, those beers have been calling me all day.
Absolutely, mate. Hey, listen, bad luck. Thanks so much for coming down. We loved having you here. The boat looked epic up until that, but that's boat racing, right?
Oh, look, it is boat racing. I'm just trying to get faster and faster and taking stumbles as I go.
We're just watching Sammy Lucas, mate, at the moment. Sam's a hard charger, as you know. Anyone that knows Sam, he's a bit of a loose unit, but just going to grab a lap time for him here. He's not going to help me because he's coming in. So
no, he's stitched up, but he was very fast last year. Ended up staying in front of Tate Ramsey for the Glenmaggie Gold Cup.
Yeah, and he actually did the same lap time as Crusader earlier on in that boat. And Crusader's getting along well, so Sammy's quick. There's no doubt about that.
Am I right in saying that's a GTR?
It is a GTR, mate. That's
Australian built up in Brisbane.
Oh, the Trask family, yeah.
Trask family, very good to see him racing over in Europe again.
Yeah, it is. It's great. Yeah, Grant's been doing awesome, hasn't he? He's been on the podium, which is unbelievable in the World Championship.
They've been working pretty hard. It was pretty impressive that he jumped out of one team into the other between rounds.
You know what it's like, mate. You try and get in a different boat you haven't driven before, and then try and go fast against the best in the world. It's it's not an easy gig.
Yeah, then does. Pretty impressive. I was very happy with that.
It's good, mate. Hey, listen, bad luck, mate. Thanks for coming up and having a chat with us, because the fans on the bank really love to hear what's going on, what's happened, and we get to tell them about that. And also the people at home, which they can't see us on the camera, but it doesn't matter.
They don't need to.
No, you're good looking, but my head's a bit rugged. But, mate, we'll catch you over in the clubhouse a bit later on. But Hayden Chester, everybody, Fury, give him a big round of applause, please, because he's done a great job. And it's great to bring the boat down here, and we love having you. Hopefully you come next time, mate.
Yeah, I just had to come and clear my name with you, Bisho.
Always clear with me, mate. Thanks, Hayden. Good on you, mate. Hayden Chester, ladies and gentlemen, the Fury machine after a wild ride. The Canteen raffle with, no, I don't want to read that out. It's not Pete anymore, is it? HRT Services is the winner of the Canteen raffle. So congratulations, HRT Services, who in actual fact are one of our sponsors, Michael Woodbury. So I assume that's you, Michael, that's won, but it's under the business name, HRT Services. So congratulations, you won the raffle. I could win a meat raffle. Did anyone happen to get a time on Sam Lucas's lap? What about his crew? 42, was it? Thank you. I'll just, I tried to get... Oh, Barry Lucas is here. Thanks for rolling in, Baz. Did you have your driver bring you down, mate? Just the Learjet landed out the back? Yeah, good job, mate. Alright, let's see what Sammy does on this lap. So 42, that was a bit slower than what he did before. Having said that, the conditions are different to what they are now. So it's a little bit hard to compare apples with apples. But we'll just see what we do here. So let's get him on a time for this one. Brendan Weeks just sent me that. Thanks, Weeksy. You're obviously timing him at home, or wherever you are. I haven't got time to look at the moment. So Sam's pretty serious about trying to do a bit of Gold Cup stuff in this boat. And he's the right man for the job, so this is good that he gets to run out and test, running through about 30 seconds now. So how long does it take him to get to the finish here? I think this could be a reasonably quick lap actually. 36, 37, 8, 40. Yeah, another 42. So about the same. In the 42.20s, I'd say. Right, so for those of you that are sticking around tonight, we'd love to see you all over at the clubhouse, supporting the club. Bar is open, Hilly. Not that that matters to you. Aaron Hill's silly enough without alcohol. So that's Sam coming in. Pretty reasonably treacherous conditions for testing here this afternoon. And I think that is it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the day's racing, but we've got a full program of racing tomorrow. So make sure you get back here. We have to thank all of our wonderful sponsors. Evans Petroleum, our major sponsor here this weekend, along with P&D Cranes, Lucas Tree Services, Mafra Community Sporting Club, TTMI, suppliers of the pit tractors, farm machinery sales, spares and service. Also the beautiful Vern Graham, Mitre 10, Ericsson Marine and HRT Electrical Services, who won the raffle as well. Also T&D Jet Ski Performance, Hidden Automotive, and of course the beautiful Addicted Marine as well. And Marine Jackson's, another fantastic sponsor here this weekend. My name's Bisho, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed the day's racing. Hope everybody that's watched at home on GP Hydro live streaming has enjoyed the racing as well. It's not over. We've got plenty more coming your way tomorrow. Have a great night, and we'll see you in the morning.